Good evening, Mr. Mayor. We are live.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome to the October 17, 2023 City Council regular hybrid meeting. I'm Mayor Salim Neese. This evening's hybrid City Council meeting is being brought to you by Zoom. We're also broadcasting on the city's YouTube channel. Due to equipment failures, we're unable to broadcast on MITV channel 21 and welcome anyone wishing to watch the meeting live to join us on the city's YouTube channel or via Zoom. Welcome to all and thanks for joining us tonight. Council members, please have your microphones turned on for the roll call. City Clerk Andrea Larson, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Andral.
Here.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Here.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Here.
Councilmember Weicker.
Here.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Here.
And Mayor Neese.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we have a quorum present. Next, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. Council, please mute and turn off your video to ensure that the U.S. flag is visible. Please join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the
I
flag.
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We now move to approval of tonight's agenda. If there's no questions, may I have a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
So moved. Second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Jacobson, seconded by Councilmember Reynolds. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Mayor Neese.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Councilmember Andral.
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
And Councilmember Weicker.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Motion passes. The agenda is approved. First off tonight, we begin with the study session on AB 6361, Water System Reliability Action Plan Check-in with Confluence Engineering, for which we welcome Chief of Operations, Jason Kittner. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. Joining us this evening is Melinda Friedman and Chris McMean from Confluence Engineering to provide an update on the short and long-term action items that are being developed following the water emergency that happened last spring. So with that, I'll hand the floor over to Chris and we will get started. Or Melinda, either one. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we appreciate the opportunity to come talk to you tonight about the early stages of the work that we're engaged in with your expert staff on improving reliability to the potable water system. So we appreciate this opportunity, but we would like to step back just a little bit to give a brief overview of the events that brought us here tonight. And these are mostly in pictures, so we'll launch right into it. This graphic is one you've seen before, prepared by Seattle Public Utilities, and the callouts here note an intended work plan back in April of 2023, and in green it was a project that was well planned, well prepared for by City of Mercer Island personnel, but there were some things that went wrong. And the orange callouts here really highlight the locations of where things went wrong. Two valves that were thought to be operable, in fact, broke during the process, and that led to the extended shutdown. The amplified point here is that between Seattle's Cedar Supply and the connections at Anti Beach, you are dependent on a single pipeline, and there comes with that a degree of risk that we're going to be talking about. So part of the work we've been doing involves reviewing operational data during that event, just prior to, during that event, and immediately following. And fortunately, or frankly, through really good planning, the city has a robust data acquisition system. So we were able to see how the shutdown looked graphically, how water moves into the system, and what happened during the event. Just to orient you to this chart, the orange and black lines running in parallel are the water elevation levels in your two twin storage tanks that provide water to the island. And the line in blue here is the fill flow rate over here in gallons per minute that comes in from the Seattle Public Utilities Supply. And you can see that just prior to the event, which is really everything over here, there was the normal process of filling the reservoir and allowing it to draw down. And then just prior to the event, the very good decision was made to fill it a little higher than normal. And that's what you see happening here. And then as that valve repair period began and then extended far beyond its intended duration, you see the reservoir drawing further and further down, really reaching some fairly critical points in terms of fire protection. In the immediate aftermath of the valve repair finally being completed, you see then that reservoir system filling back up and going into its normal operating mode. So just a couple key observations here is one, to just amplify the point that the very good operational decision was made to buy you a little extra time by filling it more than normal. And just the blue lines really highlight the fact that you do fill and draw the reservoir, and that's done for good reason, to preserve water quality in the storage system and ensure there's turnover in that system. And then finally, anytime you dewater a large segment of transmission line, you're introducing air, and that has some challenge in the restart, and that's what you see in this data. So moving to the next chart, this shows the actual flow rate in the blue line, the blue dots, on a 15-minute basis that was leaving the reservoir system. And you see what is a typical diurnal pattern in water use in a public water system. There's generally a morning peak, and you see that here and here and here, and then a lower demand period through the bulk of the day, and then in the evening you see another peak. And I think the good news here, really the key observations here, are that when the call was made for water use reduction, you saw an almost immediate response. 15% reduction in the evening peaks, which was really the first peak after the announcement was made in the afternoon or early, I guess late morning. You saw it happen. And then the next morning, you saw about a 20% reduction in peak. And what you don't see on here is that the majority of the customers in the island saw no difference in their water supply. They didn't see decreased pressure, even though the reservoir level was dropping. Small area of the system did, but all they knew was what they were being told in the media. So, I think that this response on very short notice was pretty good. So, in the aftermath of what was clearly a close call, and you all know this, you lived through it, and were briefed very effectively and regularly through it. The decision was made by staff to step back and build on the work that had been done in resiliency planning and risk assessment to identify long-term opportunities and short-term opportunities to improve system reliability. Let's sort of take another look at this. So as we began work with your staff, we had a stepwise approach to gathering information, data. That data review has been ongoing. And in addition to looking at paper, we've been talking to people at multiple levels within the organization, field leadership, talking with the fire department to really get a sense of how this event played out for them and what were the critical factors for them. We're layering on with that, a review of industry standard practices for resiliency. And then, as you'll see here in a few moments, we've started the process of developing potential action items to improve that resiliency. And then the plan as we move forward is to apply developed evaluation criteria, some of which you've seen, to really assess the capabilities, trade-offs for each of these items, these alternatives, in collaboration with staff and with the utility board. And then as we move forward, we will bring forward the action items that sort of distill out of that process, are refined and ultimately bring those through you, through the utility board to you for consideration. So as we began to look at the options here, we really put them in three different categories. One is infrastructure. To improve resiliency in a meaningful way, it almost assuredly will have to either renew or replace infrastructure, and that comes at a variety of scales. And we'll talk about that. But odds are that to meaningfully improve things, you have to build or replace stuff. There are programmatic opportunities too, things that look like that are planning related, operationally related, and then involve the community as you already have. And of course, to do any of these things, it takes people. It takes people to do the planning. It takes people to run the programs and build the infrastructure. So we highlight that as well. So this is a dense slide. I know you have it on paper, but I'm gonna walk through here quickly. There is a lot of information behind each, and perhaps we can explore that in the conversation that follows. But we divided the infrastructure component or category, if you will, into subcategories. As we all know, your sole source of supply comes from Seattle Public Utilities. So any major infrastructure improvement that involves them have to be identified. And several of these items have come out in a variety of planning and consideration documents in the past, but we wanted to sort of distill them and bring them back up again. So first would be a second additional supply line from the east, running in parallel to the one you currently have and operate. It would sort of bring back some of the redundancy that the 30-inch pipe that had to be abandoned because of settling, provided. Second would be an additional supply from the west. And that has its own set of complications. Of course, coming from a different direction, hasn't been done before, but it is certainly a consideration that has to be looked at. Part of the challenge, as we know, was the failure of valves during the operation of the maintenance project that Seattle performed, and there are some ideas to really improve the capabilities of those valves through developing bypass capabilities or restoring some in some cases. So there are some infrastructure improvements that can be made to the Seattle supply line. And Seattle itself has identified certain areas where certain renewal, rehardening could improve redundancy. But you'd still have a single supply line with a set of valves that control it. We identified a separate issue around the Shorewood community. As you know, during the event, Shorewood was being supplied water from the Mercer Island system via a bypass, or what we call a highline connection to the system. And the data we analyzed from their meter use indicated that they were responsible for about 6% of the water used during the outage event. So Shorewood having their own storage as a SPU customer, that would be really a Shorewood SPU matter, but we thought it needed to be identified, at least for discussion. Next, move into storage management solutions that really relate to just Mercer Island and Mercer Island's capabilities. Your storage is, as you know, is in two reservoirs and really the sort of north central part of the island. Additional storage in the south end, maybe something to look at. Expanding the existing storage is a consideration if that were feasible. And looking at the site, what that would mean is building vertically on the existing tanks. Not sure if that's feasible at this stage. The ability to fill the existing storage from tanker trucks, the ease of bringing in water from off island to replenish the tanks. And the reason we're focusing on storage, the potable water storage right now, is because that distributes water to all customers. So having the capability to provide water at a location where they come and get it is better than nothing, but being able to deliver it out to the customers is more valuable. Certainly we'll look at certain seismic valve strategies For example, in an earthquake, do you shut off one tank to preserve it in the event that distribution lines fail, leak, and bleed out the other tank? So it's a strategy that can be employed. We talked to the fire department, and they have they do a lot of work on island, as I'm sure you know, drilling, response, having capability to fill emergency storage tanks, and they really identified that capability is one that could be augmented. The inline storage tanks here we've identified as a solution that has been employed in Japan, in particular, to provide community storage where water flows through it normally, but it's isolated in an earthquake event. It's been done, so it deserves to be considered. It's got some challenges. And then emergency tenders would be something right now with the shared resources you have through the fire department. Having your own tenders on island would give you more autonomy and control, but at a cost, and we recognize that. So I'm going to move down into enhancing and developing secondary supplies. And really, we've categorized as potable and non-potable. You currently have an emergency well that's non-potable. That capacity, as it was originally envisioned a number of years ago, had a second source that could be expanded. That's one consideration. Another would be to both expand that capacity or keep it as current and get it approved as a potable supply, and even potentially connecting it into your potable water system. The lake, I know this has come up in previous discussions. You're surrounded by water. Could the lake be used as a supply of water? And as the fire department shared with us, they currently have capability and do regularly drill the access of the lake for emergency water supply for firefighting purposes. That could be augmented through certain capability investments in quick connects, those kinds of things. And then, could the lake be used as a potable supply? Yes, conceivably it could be. For a number of reasons, it would be very difficult, but it is on the list. And then really looking as we broaden out from maintenance considerations to larger events like a seismic event. Are there some things you could do to harden your system? I think you've already begun the process or well into the process, frankly, of analyzing that. But there are some things you could do, or some prioritization of work that could harden your system seismically. And then there are some tools like Shake Alert, which you may have heard of. It gives an early warning to systems, and some water systems have integrated that into their controls to shut down things like rotating pumps. The last category here we had was just really energy management resilience. This has been considered by the city, and in fact, you've made improvements even since we started this process. We have come to learn about the improvements you've made with pump station generators. There are some things that could be looked at in terms of in conduit hydro geo generation to provide power on site. That's been done. It would really take some evaluation of the hydraulic opportunities there. So that's the quick overview of the infrastructure improvements. I'll pause there. I'll advance to the next slide. No questions.
Council, any questions up to this point? Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, if we compare the lake water to the well water evaluation, I think I understand from staff that the well water, it's not so much that it's non-potable as that it hasn't really been certified as potable, whereas the lake water has heavy metals and other things in it that I'm guessing are probably more problematic to treat. Is that true?
That's true. The groundwater is deep. It has a lot of positive aspects to it from a water quality perspective. And at initial look, without more data is needed, but we think that has a credible possibility of being redefined as potable. The lake water involves the regulatory requirements for treating surface water like a lake or a stream are significant. And
But
we know
there's mercury and PCBs and other things like that, at least in some concentration in the lake, right?
I think more the immediate issue would be the microbial risk, things like Giardia, Cryptosporidium, bacteria, viruses. Those are the things that drive surface water treatment requirements. If there are PCBs and heavy metals, that's a whole other layer.
And does the technology exist to make it safe to drink if it is there? I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Technology exists. It's expensive.
Okay. That's most good things are. Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Yes, do you know when the SPU plans on replacing that valve in the middle of Victoria Boulevard and or putting some more robust bypasses around it?
I can take that one. I don't know the specific date. We've been in constant conversation with SPU, and that's part of the conversation we're having with them regarding those infrastructure improvements, but we don't have a date yet. But they're actively looking at those alternatives, and we will keep the council apprised of when that work will be scheduled. But as you can imagine, given the last round of events, we are going to be very, very cautious in when and how and what things happen prior to that work taking place. But they are looking into it.
Thank you.
Okay, not seeing anything else. Chris, if you want to keep going.
Yep. Thank you. So the next major category we looked at were programmatic components, things that don't involve building infrastructure per se, but do require effort and attention. And the first one we identify here is what we call the post-event level of service. And this is a concept that is important and is difficult. And it involves staff, policymakers, ultimately, really describing what it is they want their system to look like the day after a selected event occurs. For example, in 2 days, we'll be doing an earthquake shakeout, right? And as we've been talking about in the region for a long time, the Cascadia subduction zone earthquake, the Seattle fault, these major seismic threats are real. And what utilities have been grappling with in the region, and I've been involved with Seattle and Everett and Tacoma, have been, how fast do we think water will be back in service the next day, the next month? And do we have expectations around that? And that's a complex dialogue, but it does help guide the work. We have reviewed the 2004 seismic mobility analysis for currency. I mean, it certainly looked at all of the major seismic risks that we know about today. Because it was sometime in the past, it perhaps didn't have all the most current knowledge about what those implications could be. For example, it very reasonably at that time assumed that under the worst conditions, Seattle Public Utilities would be back in service in 72 hours. We know from their own analysis that's not the case. So, revisiting that is something that could certainly be part of the work. And we've looked from a planning standpoint. Standby power, we know, is always a risk. Having it is important. You do. Having a refueling plan, if you need it, is an area that could be looked at. Depending on how much fuel you have on site, how you would access fuel on the island from off island. My experience in emergencies in the region has been that getting fuel can be a difficult matter when things go on for a week or two. So folding that into an evaluation of regional power loss on island, not only the water system, but impacts to lift stations, sewer lift stations around the lake, and the water quality implications. And the reason that made this list for the drinking water project, if you will, is that if those, as you well know, you're ringed by sewer lift stations, and they all have good planning for backup power. But if the fuel runs out, the sewer is going to go into the lake, and that then challenges the use of the lake as a backup supply. Supply curtailment, you've already implemented this. You have effectively used it in this most recent event. That could be continue to be developed in terms of a planning approach, and then a community outreach support approach. O&M evaluations involve really looking at how you can maximize the efficiency if you lose storage, how you will bypass storage if you lose pump stations. Do you have the connections laid out, the points of connection, those kinds of things can be looked at in advance, so you can do it when you need it without a lot of figuring it out on the fly. Things like looking at surge control. You saw that the feed from Seattle Public Utilities starts and stops. That can have surge in it. Our understanding is from Melinda's past work on the coliform problem a number of years ago that wasn't an issue. That's good. But anytime you have pumps that start and stop, it's something to take a look at, because it can affect resiliency. Assessing water loss metrics, I think that's important. We have looked at the records for water loss. There is a little bit higher than industry norm for the island right now. That can be meters, so it may not be real. And I know as meters tend to slow, domestic meters tend to slow down with time, so you can show more loss than you're actually experiencing, and that improves as meters are replaced. And then just having a set of contingency plans for taking pump stations, reservoirs offline, areas offline. One of the difficult but best practices in a large scale event is to degrade service in a controlled fashion, to know where people are going to run out of water first, to, if possible, prioritize certain areas of your system to run out of water last. For example, vulnerable communities that are hard to move out. That isn't always possible just because of physical layout of the system, but if you can look at it and plan it, that's helpful. And then the last O&M here is optimizing your own infrastructure reliability. Valves do need to be exercised. Hydrants need to be exercised and their condition assessed. But as we've just seen with the Seattle project, exercising valves can potentially have risk. So a number of utilities, in my own experience, I've worked for a large utility for many years, the people on the ground don't always want to turn the valve, frankly, because they're afraid of what happens if it breaks or it sticks. So that has to be a really eyes wide open program. Programmatically, community engagement, communication strategy. I think you really modeled very effective communications management through this event from what we have seen. I just saw information about a recent water main break you had, and that seemed to me to be very well executed, well communicated. So you're clearly practiced at it, you're good at it. But as the scale gets bigger and bigger, the practice you've had with it gets less and less. So there are opportunities to look at that. And then just, I think we know from regional evaluation of particularly the major events like seismic events, there's personal preparedness will be the key linchpin to success in communities. And the research, unfortunately, indicates that in most urban areas, people are just not prepared as much as we talk about it. So continuing to talk about it, I think is really, really important. The last category here is personnel, staffing for emergency planning, community outreach. I know Melinda and I really talked about this, is we haven't worked in a lot of communities that had as effective a volunteer rollout program as you had with getting the wells up and running, during this event. So, having that volunteer capability in the community, particularly as we know you're an island and your staff generally doesn't live on island. So having that capability and building it is it's really valuable. And you are a multi-utility city, so having cross-training to the degree possible, and then regionalizing that with SPU and other utilities is always valuable. It all takes time, it all takes resource, and we understand that. But looking at these things and deciding what's most valuable is important. Again, I'll take a quick pause and then we'll move on to that one.
Not seeing any questions right now, Chris.
So we did lay out a series. So to take these actions and then to begin the process of evaluating them and prioritizing them, we developed a set of evaluation criteria in categories. And we're going to move through those pretty quickly because there's a lot of detail here. But they really center around quantity of water, quality of water. I'm just going to advance all these through, talk them through. So quantity of water, meeting your full demand, meeting some degraded level of service, your average demand, for example, some level of emergency supply, some minimal level. Different options would bring different values there. Quality of water, meaning primarily, is it potable or non-potable? Is it available throughout the island as potable, or do people have to come and get it? This different solutions bring significantly different value. Duration of relief is really a good marker of the severity of the event, if you will. A regional, and we're really trying to look at things like maintenance projects like you experienced with SPU, local infrastructure failures versus a regional earthquake event. Very different duration of relief that individual solutions would bring. Ease of activation, is this resiliency improving activity or infrastructure investment online constantly so that if something bad happens, it's immediately in effect? An example there would be an additional pipeline. Would always be on, always be capable of providing backup supply. City ownership and control. You have a complex ownership situation with your SPU infrastructure, with your partners in Bellevue and Shorewood. And so we are looking at city ownership and control as really having value. If you can make the decisions at this level, at the city council level in Mercer Island versus a negotiated situation with SPU, different value proposition. And schedule to implement. Some of these will be shorter term concepts, some of them will be longer term, but we did want to include in the criteria the schedule to implement, and it really is relevant, or excuse me, it is related to the complexity and the magnitude of the solution, whether that's physical infrastructure or permitting, or stakeholder engagement and concern. And of course, the last category here is cost. At this stage, we're really talking about broad buckets. As we move toward a distilled list, that will get to be a final resolution, but cost clearly has to be considered. So we have talked about some potential early action items, things that we think could move sooner than later. And one of them came up, I think, earlier with respect to the secondary groundwater supplies, to really start the process of looking at the feasibility of, one, getting it designated as potable, which we think would involve really immediately the Washington Department of Health, WDOH here, but certainly also the Water Resource Permitting Agency, the Department of Ecology, because they each have documents that allude to this issue. Looking at that sooner than later. The enhanced storage here in this particular bullet, I don't have the details here, but relate to feedback we received from the fire department about having readily available, field deployable 1,000 to 2,000 gallon emergency storage containers that are very useful when they're trying to move water from the lake to a storage to a truck and then deploy it out to the field. So this is not building $1 million storage tank or multi-million-dollar storage tank. It's a much lower cost proposition. And then just really looking at this enhanced planning, coordinating with SPU. We talked about the infrastructure solutions with SPU. Of course, anything on that list and any expanded version of that list involves close coordination and collaboration with CL Public Utilities. Review and update the 2004 seismic vulnerability analysis. We talked about that some already. It is a strong analysis and it's in many ways quite current, but probably could be updated given what has been learned in the last 10 to 15 years about the faults and the risks in the Seattle metropolitan area. And just continuing to build preparedness plans as we talked about. These things do take effort and resource, of course. The next step is to fold in the feedback we received from you, the feedback we continue to receive from utility board and staff members to develop a draft action plan later this year, and then move that into next year for final adoption and review by utility board and city council. Well, that concludes the presentation. We'd love to talk about this stuff.
Great. Maybe you can stop the screen share, Chris. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
I wasn't really aware of the Shorewood issue to the extent that you've raised it tonight. I was well aware that they were buying their water directly from SPU and they're distributing it to their customers directly and they're doing the billing. So their P&L reflects the ability to collect the delta between a wholesale rate and a retail rate. But their balance sheet, from what you explained, doesn't have any water tank on any of the Shorewood property. Is that right? So they're distributing their network of water just using line pressure from SPU with no storage capacity at all?
Correct.
And do they have an interlocal agreement with the city of Mercer Island that compensates the city for cross-connecting and storing water in our water tanks, should they need that?
I believe we have I believe there's an emergency interlocal agreement that we have with Shorewood. And it has been done from time to time in the cases of emergency where we've provided water to Shorewood during emergencies. And this was, so it's been done. This was having Shorewood connected to the city system during this planned shutdown was part of the conversation. So there's no surprises there. But yeah, during normal operations, they're directly supplied from SPU with no storage tank on the facility.
Do you know if any provision of our code allows for them to build a water tank to distribute, to store and distribute water? Is that in our code?
I do not know. It's something we have to go back and look at.
So I would just suggest, since 6% of our usage is tied to a non-customer, right, a non-part of our system, they're a direct SPU client outside of our typical delivery. It seems like we should have a policy work to try and parse that out so that they can be a little bit more resilient than they are. It's one thing to help a neighbor, but it's another thing to, we're spending millions of dollars relining our water tanks to the benefit of somebody that has no water tanks, but is also wholesaling water through SPU just like us. So if that was a discrete bucket of work that the council needed to spend time on to make sure that there were code provisions to construct and permit that type of storage, if that were the direction that we'd want to go, I would want to make sure that we capture that type of work. Councilman Reynolds?
I have a follow-up question about a similar topic, and apologies if you said this and I missed it, but they are drawing from the same pipe across the lake, is that correct?
Yes, they draw from the same pipe that comes across the lake, and then it ultimately splits off and goes to Shorewood. But yes, the supply that comes across the lake, and if you look at the SPU contract, It's based off percentages, and Seattle owns a percentage of that because they provide water directly to the shorewood as a customer. So yes, it comes across the lake under one pipe and then it splits off.
And so their water never goes through our water tanks. Is that correct?
Correct.
So we're doing some, if I recall correctly, some supplemental chlorination in our tanks. Do they not get that at all then?
Correct. They do not. They're directly fed from SPU, and there is no, other than this emergency intertie or setup for this operation, they are not receiving water that's coming from our tanks. It's directly fed from SPU.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Jacobson?
Yes, I took a look at the, well, first of all, Chris, I think, thank you for a very comprehensive report, and also for having taken a look at some of the things that that weren't part of our last crisis, particularly the seismic stuff, and getting that up to a higher place on our visibility than might otherwise have been the case. My question is largely this one, and that is the timeline that's set forth, and I think that's on page 11 of Exhibit 1. Is that realistic, or are you trying to, do you need more time to do that? Because it seems like one hell of a lot of work to be able to get to the utility board even by the end of Q1. But, I don't know what your in-house capabilities are. And the last thing that I think most of us want to do is have you, rush to judgment only and not be able to really give it the kind of reflection it needs. So is that a realistic time frame as far as you're concerned?
Thank you, Councilman Jacobson. I think it is aggressive. I agree with you. It is realistic. I think we understand through conversations, with city staff that this is a matter of important urgency for them, and I think they reflect for you. So we're certainly making it a priority. It is wise, as we get feedback and get more information from you all to perhaps revisit this with Jason to make sure that that we're aligned with the needs and goals of the city manager and you all. So we'll keep that in mind. I appreciate that concern.
Well, I think I speak for my colleagues. We'd like to have the report done tomorrow, but we also know the amount of effort that takes place in get all this done, and the interaction that goes on between your staff and our city staff and third parties such as SPU that are probably necessary to get it, develop the kind of work product that you're looking to do. So at any rate, I'm all for an aggressive schedule, and good luck in keeping it.
If I may add to that, Councilmember Jacobson, so you'll recall that part of next year's work plan includes the budget development, and then particularly the capital improvement program. So I understand it's an aggressive timeline. This is very important, but we're also trying to hit that capital improvement program planning schedule as well, so that projects that impact the city can be added into the 2025, 2026 and beyond work plan. And will everything be implemented next year? Absolutely not. But hopefully we have groundwork set so that we can start having conversations about when's the right time to move on things and how we fund those. So the budget development is part of this process as well.
Thank you.
Councilmember Weinberg.
I'm intrigued by the solution that was described as inline emergency water storage tanks that you said is something that's been implemented in Japan. I was wondering if you could take a moment to help us visualize what that would look like. Are these, where it's been implemented, are they above ground tanks that are located in communities? And does it typically double the size of overall storage in a particular community? Or is it something that adds just an incremental amount usually?
Yeah, thank you, Councilman Weinberg. It's incremental storage, and it's inline, typically a few thousand gallons. It's sort of survival level water for a community. They're designed so that water flows through them continuously to keep the water fresh. That's important. And then they have seismic valves built really into them so that if there is a detected seismic event, they shut. And then that water is there and available to the community.
And are those usually a few thousand gallons like for a block, or is that
Yeah.
for, like half a city or something?
That would be the work, is to define, identify the density of the community that you're trying to serve, place them. They come with a maintenance, a significant maintenance, responsibility that is important to consider. In the reports that, forgive me for not knowing which of the Japanese earthquakes this happened in, but there was a retrospective sort of evaluation of them. They weren't in the right places, so they weren't widely used, but they're there.
Okay, interesting to hear about it. It's an innovative solution.
Councilmember Weicker.
Chris, thank you for that presentation report and next steps. And I just wonder if you could talk a little bit about those evaluation criteria. We all know they're all important, but the balance between system reliability and cost is always significant and a tough call to make. And I wonder if you could just give us kind of a 101 on reliability versus cost. It's, that 100% is impossible to get to. Where do you sort of look for that margin of tolerable error for, trying to plan for the system over the long run and still not have rates be astronomical and still might not do the job?
Right. Yeah, I think you're, Councilman Weicker, you're really alluding to an important point here, which is that these have weights associated with them, and as presented tonight, and as the work is still up to this point, we haven't weighted them yet. That's work ahead for us to do with city staff. The individual solutions will bring very different additional increments of reliability, resiliency. For example, we talk about 2 more storage tanks on the south end of the island that mirror the 2 you have. That buys you days. It doesn't buy you months. So in the seismic, in the regional earthquake event, it doesn't really, it buys you days, and maybe a little more time to evacuate or to figure out a way to get more water on the island or to activate the wells, et cetera. So they come at very different value propositions, and really the work will be to identify these options, the value they bring, the trade-offs they maybe leave behind, and the price point they come at. It's not really, it's very difficult to compare a new well at a cost to building a whole new pipeline to SPU. Right? You just have to look at those separately and understand the trade-offs that come with them. And that's the hard work you all do, which is making the trade-off affordability decisions and how that factors into rates. Our work is really to just identify the options, work with the city, identify the options, lay out what they get you, what they leave behind, and what they cost. If that makes sense.
Chris, in terms of the valve replacements, we know that the Factoria valve and the valve on the hillside above the slough both have to be rebuilt and replaced because they were kind of patchwork together in a way that was not really working. The bypasses on those, we had requested, significant bypasses so that flow in the situation of a stuck valve could continue on a 10-inch or 12-inch line, something like that. So we have a pretty high degree of certainty that that's going to happen, and that will add somewhat to the resiliency of this single point of failure. The thing I wanted to ask about is the line that is across the slough, our single point of failure, the supply line by SPU. In the case of an earthquake, if that line got crushed or broken, SPU had said to me that they would run poly pipes across the bridge, and then they would connect into our delivery network to kind of resupply flow back up to our water tanks. Do we have any provision in what you've put together to facilitate that kind of temporary supply line in an emergency where they would just run it over the decking of the bridge? Where would they connect? Is there a vault? Is that in the planning?
We haven't defined it to that level yet. We've floated some other ideas in our heads about, could you sleeve something through the 30-inch abandoned line? Maybe. Emergency options, I think, should be on the table, and they may be a way of bridging the cost aspect of it, not building the fully redundant second pipeline, but having a clear plan in place. And that's, I think, where the conversation with SPU, is really going to be valuable in understanding what are their emergency supply plans. I think part of the challenge in the seismic issue is that by their own documents, they lose the Cedar supply line, the line that comes from the south, up the 405 corridor and supplies your line across. And it's not, it's not in their nearest term work plan to harden that line. They've got a whole program by which they will, over many years, 50, maybe to 100 years, improve resilience of their system. And I think they've done a tremendously good job of analyzing the system. They're really state of the art in what they've done in terms of seismic resilience. But the planning, the difficult part there is it's just very, very expensive and going to take many years before they get there. So the solution that gets you water from the Cedar supply line over the bridge is good, but will there be water in the Cedar supply line? That's I think a consideration you have to fold in based on their own work. But they're very interested in getting their perspective on that too.
For sure. Thanks for looking into that. Okay, Council, any further questions on this before we move on? Not seeing anything. So Melinda and Chris, thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you very much. Nice to see you all.
Thank you very much, Mayor, members of the council. Good night.
All right, our next item of business is appearances, which is an opportunity for anyone to speak to the council on any item. City Clerk, do we have anybody signed up for appearances this evening?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Tonight's agenda will include in-person public appearances and remote public appearances via Zoom. Individuals wishing to address the council may do so in person or by Zoom or telephone, provided they registered with the clerk by 4 p.m. today. When it's your turn to speak, you'll be called by name. Remarks must be addressed to the council as a whole and not to individual council or staff members. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks who becomes boisterous, threatening, or personally abusive while addressing the city council may be requested by the mayor to leave the meeting. As it is election season, please be reminded that the state law, specifically RCW 42.17a.555, prohibits the use of city facilities for campaign-related purposes with limited exceptions. Accordingly, please do not make campaign-related comments during this time. Please speak audibly, state your name and city and residence for the record. There'll be a timer on the screen. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. When your time is ended, I'll thank you for your comments and move to the next speaker or item of business. City Clerk, please call our first speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our first speaker tonight is Kian Bradley.
Welcome.
Hello. Go ahead and get started. Hello, my name is Kian Bradley. I live here on Mercer Island. Getting over a cold, so forgive me if my voice cracks a little bit. I'd like to give feedback on the 2024 legislative priorities document that the council is going over today. I want to call out 3 things from the document that that are interesting to me. 1 that I support, and 2 that I think we should reconsider. Sorry, the one that I want to say I support is the property tax increase proposal. As the council is aware, we're limited to a 1% increase in property tax per year, which can't even beat inflation. I'm strongly in support of the proposal to increase this to 3% per year. I'm opposed to the part of the document that says we should, quote, expand the list of eligible offenses for pursuits to include auto theft and some property crimes. I'm not really sure where this is coming from, as I don't think anyone on the island wants a high-speed chase over a property crime. We can solve basic crimes without high-stress chases that endanger bystanders. And the last thing I wanted to bring our attention to was when the document says, quote, the city opposes housing density increases outside of the town center due to infrastructure constraints. I subscribe to the Mercer Island Permit Bulletin, which is this weekly document put out by Deb Estrada that shows all new permit requests. The first request in the permit bulletin that came out today was to build a 6,752 square foot single family home. So we somehow have the infrastructure to support a 6,000 square foot mansion, but if this was a set of 4 smaller, more affordable homes, now we can't support it. The infrastructure argument we're putting forth seems kind of disingenuous to me. And I think it's the disingenuous arguments that we make that force the state to override our local control. We should be trying to work with the state on this housing issue instead of obstructing it. That's all for me. Thank you.
Very good. Do we have any further speakers?
There are no further speakers tonight, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Next up on the agenda, we have AB 6364, which is condemning attacks against the state of Israel, Proclamation number 320. I'm going to kick into this topic. So the deputy mayor and I worked on a proclamation that we wanted to bring forth to the council. And I wanted to first read the proclamation into the record. And then I see there's a hand up. I'll be looking for a motion. So the proclamation reads, whereas Mercer Island is a community that believes in the fundamental principles of peace and unity and the dignity of all of its inhabitants, our strength as a community is drawn from the rich tapestry of cultures, religions, and backgrounds of our residents. We stand with our Jewish community who have deep historical and emotional ties to the state of Israel and are greatly affected by the distressing events occurring there. The indiscriminate attacks on civilians by Hamas are a violation of these principles and are a cause of profound concern for our community and the international community at large. We condemn all acts of violence, terrorism, and any activities that deliberately target innocent civilians where they only perpetuate cycles of hatred and conflict. Now, therefore, I, Salim Nis, Mayor of Mercer Island, on behalf of the Mercer Island City Council, do hereby condemn in the strongest terms the terrorist attacks against the state of Israel by Hamas and any other group or individual that seeks to perpetuate violence and terror, pledge our unwavering support to our Jewish population and all Jews who are deeply affected by these events, ensuring that Mercer Island remains a place of safety, unity, and support. Encourage all Mercer Island residents to stand against hatred, prejudice, and violence in all its forms and promote understanding, dialogue, and peace among all community members. Call upon all nations and global leaders to actively work towards a lasting peace in the Middle East, recognizing the right of all countries, including Israel, to exist in peace and security, and urge the residents of Mercer Island to show solidarity with our Jewish community through acts of kindness, education, and community events, emphasizing the importance of unity, understanding, and mutual respect among all our residents. And this is being requested to be approved the 17th day of October 2023. So I see Councilmember Jacobson, you have your hand up.
Yes, I do. Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the proclamation as presented.
Very good. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's moved by Councilmember Jacobson, seconded by, was that Councilmember Anderall?
Yes.
Very good. Do you want to speak to the motion, Councilmember Jacobson?
Yes, I would. World history tells us that if we don't speak out and act out when we have that opportunity against terrorism and the kinds of things that we witnessed in the last 10 days to 2 weeks, that it passes as normal behavior. And so I think it's extremely important that we, as a very unique city and a remarkable city, and the values that we hold both civically and individually, make it very, very clear how we stand. And hopefully this will also serve as an example to other communities to stand up and be heard. Because unless we do this, there's going to be more of this kind of stuff. And this is abhorrent, in my view, what's happened in the Middle East.
Thank you, Councilmember. Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be honest that I started writing remarks multiple times here, and I would say my proverbial trash can would be overflowing with drafts that either didn't quite get to what I wanted to say, or I didn't think I could deliver on camera. So I'm going to speak from the heart. I think when those of us in the Jewish community and throughout the worldwide community woke up last Saturday to news alerts about terror attacks from Gaza and Hamas, we were alarmed. And as the day went on, we learned more and more about the atrocities that were committed by terrorists. And we continue to learn more and more. And and Hamas continues to fire rockets. At the end of the day, October 7th was the largest day of death for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. And that is something that has impacted Jews and non-Jews alike throughout the world. The Jewish people is a minority. It's hard to find folks. I'm yet to find someone who hasn't been affected by the events of the last 10 days in some way, some major family that will never come home, and some ongoing that have been called up into military service. It was a tough day. I think for everyone, continues to be so. But what I want to call out, something that was special for me was the support that I know I received from so many members in the community, from so many places, to reach out and to be a neighbor, and to just say, how are you? So many people came to me with their voices when so many of us in the community didn't have one. And that really meant the world. And that support, went from, parents to my kids' class. There was a mother who literally broke down in tears in our living room talking about it. And that support, I think, was shown throughout the community. When Hamas declared a day of jihad for Friday, while it distressed me greatly that we had to have Mercer Island police protecting our Jewish institutions throughout the island, it also gave me an incredible sense of pride and appreciation that our community was rallying around our Jewish community in such a way, and that support was really there, and everyone was deeply appreciative. So I hope everyone will join me in supporting this motion to pass this proclamation. I can tell you it means a lot to me, and I will never speak for the Jewish community, but I know that it means a lot to everyone to be seen and to have our feelings felt. So I encourage you to vote for this, but I really want to say thank you that we're taking the time to do this. It really does mean a lot.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg.
I want to echo my colleagues' thoughts on this, and also thank the many members of the community who have reached out to me with words of support. It's very touching. I appreciate it. There can be no justification for the indiscriminate use of force against a civilian population. Terrorism only begets more terrorism. I think people of all religious denominations, Jewish, Muslim, Christian, Hindu, Buddhist, and others, as well as those who choose not to practice a religion, should universally condemn the indiscriminate violence being perpetrated and encouraged by Hamas. Like Councilmember Rosenbaum had written several different versions of this, and couldn't quite come up with one that I felt adequately covered my feelings on it, but I wanted to keep it to that, and I strongly support this proclamation.
Very good. Councilmember Weicker.
Yeah. First, I just want to thank Mayor Neese and Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum for drafting this ahead of time. I know you spoke on your behalf because you couldn't for the council, so I thank you for being so speedy and pulling this together and getting out there through your social media channels and communications. And it's been a horrific week, days. It's not over yet. The divisiveness, the horror, it's unspeakable, and it's affecting my family and friends, and several of them are deployed, and several have lost many family members and loved ones, and there's no coming back from that. It's so horrific, and I can't thank you enough for everyone else is trying to reel that you guys took action. And I'm reminded of the Martin Luther King quote, in the end, we'll remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. And I really can't thank you guys enough for stepping forward and getting this started and bringing this proclamation forward tonight. And I really appreciate the call to action at the end for taking acts of kindness and trying to find hope and light in the darkness of this time. This is affecting everybody, and what affects some of us affects all of us. And I'm glad people are paying attention. I'm sorry more people aren't speaking up. I really think your leadership here is commendable, and I really thank you for that, and can't support this enough. So thank you.
Of course, thank you. Councilmember Reynolds.
Well, Councilmember Weicker, I want to thank the mayor and the deputy mayor and whoever else worked on this proclamation. I think it's very well done. We're all obviously deeply horrified by what we've witnessed. My heart hurts just thinking about it, even though I was not as personally affected by it as many, especially my Jewish friends. I'd like to apologize to my Jewish friends in particular for not doing enough as a person to talk to you as a person about how this has affected you. But I'm glad that we can use our voice in this way to talk about this. It's a small but very important step to stand up and condemn what has happened, and I'm happy to support this.
Very good. Councilmember Anderell.
Well, it's hard to find something that hasn't already been said, but I would just say that I was disappointed to see some traffic on some of the social media platforms and from some of our large institutions of higher education supporting the Hamas attacks as somehow justifiable. And I could not condemn them in more strong words. This is a fracture of our country if somebody thinks that this is okay for any reason whatsoever. And it is horrifying. It is saddening. I will say the social media traffic that I saw, Mercer Island addresses were uniformly supportive of the thoughts presented tonight in this proclamation and support for the Jewish state and the Israeli state and the Jewish people. And so I'm stand 100% behind that as well.
Very good. Not seeing any other comments. So just again, I want to thank the deputy mayor for working with me on the text of the proclamation. It came from the heart, and it was something that we both wanted to work on together, as with the joint statement. And so with that, City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Weicker.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Mayor Neese.
Aye.
Councilmember Anderell.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
And Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Motion passes. Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Yeah, one other piece of business here. I want to give a special thank you to our mayor, Mayor Neese, who reached out to me very early on in this process and asked how I thought we should respond. Salim and I have a great relationship, but we also have what is a unique relationship. We're both religious minorities. Salim is the first Israeli mayor in the United States, and that's significant. And we worked on this together, and I'm very proud of that. And I want to say thank you to Salim for that effort. It meant a lot to me, and I got comments from people all around the country about that relationship and how special that was, and just an appreciation for you and your leadership on this. I would now like to read a statement issued by myself and Mayor Neese on October 10th, 2023, and I will be requesting support from the City Council to adopt this statement. It reads, Statement for Mayor Salim Neese and Deputy Mayor Dave Rosenbaum. Mercer Island stands in strong, unequivocal support of the Jewish community in the state of Israel. We are mortified by the heinous terror attacks perpetuated by Hamas against innocent Israelis and pledge to support our local Jewish community throughout these unprecedented and terrifying times. We are united, first as Mayor in the United States and the son of a rabbi, to denounce these abhorrent actions and call for our community to support our Jewish neighbors so that Mercer Island remains a community grounded in unity and safety for all. We encourage all Mercer Island residents to stand against hatred, prejudice, and violence in all its forms and promote understanding, dialogue, and peace among all community members. That is the end of the statement, and I move adoption of the statement issued by Mayor Salim Neese and myself, Deputy Mayor Dave Rosenbaum, on October 10th, 2023, related to the terror attacks in Israel, and approve its use in citywide communication.
Second.
Okay, it's moved by Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum, seconded by Councilmember Reynolds. Any discussion? Not seeing any. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Weicker,
Aye.
Councilmember Andral,
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson,
Aye.
Mayor Neese,
Aye.
and Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Thank you,
All
Mr. Mayor.
Motion passes. Thank you, everyone. Next on the agenda, we have the city manager's report, for which we welcome City Manager Jesse Vaughn.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I have Casey on deck here to help me with the PowerPoint slide share. Thank you, Casey. All right, let's go to the next slide, please. Council, you've seen this slide previously. We're going to continue sharing it just as a reminder that even though we do not have a functioning city hall right now, our city hall was recently permanently closed. Our staff teams are accessible, and the best way to reach us for really any support you might need is to contact us directly through our customer service team. The phone number is at the top of the slide, or you can also email. We have a centralized customer service function here at the City of Mercer Island, which means our teams are trained to assist and navigate any city issue. And sometimes we get calls on things that aren't city issues as well. So we just want to continue to emphasize, even though there's not a storefront to access right now for city services, our teams are available and ready to support our community members and businesses with any items they have. Next slide, please. All right, so just a quick look ahead, Council. We are continuing to meet virtually, although we do have space here at the Community Center where I am presenting from this evening, should anyone wish to provide public testimony in person at one of our meetings. I'll have an update on just a moment on our progress on getting you all back in person. But in the meantime, a reminder that your next City Council meeting is Tuesday, November 7th at 5 o'clock. We have quite a list of Board and Commission meetings coming up. The Arts Council is meeting this week, Planning Commission next week, and then the Design Commission and Parks and Recreation Commission are on deck for the first week of November. Next slide, please. City updates, and I'll jump right in with an update on City Hall closure. Council, after receiving your direction at the meeting on October 3rd, we are continuing our process to permanently close City Hall. Right now, we're scheduling an opportunity next week for staff to come back to City Hall, retrieve their personal items that were left on desks or cubicles. We're also doing quite a bit of work regarding existing public records that are in the building. So a lot going on behind the scenes. I just want to take a moment right now to thank the staff that are organizing and coordinating the move out. Also some bad news, but just a setback. I had perhaps prematurely committed that we would be back in person at your next meeting. We are working on building out a new council chambers here in the Slater Room at the Community Center. Again, that's where I am this evening. We have the construction work is going great. We're putting down new carpet and painting and doing some other work in the room. The delay is with the technology. We have both some supply issues and just availability of technicians. So it looks like right now that we're sliding that out by a month. I will continue to keep you posted on that. We are on the schedule to get the work done. Just a very, very high demand, let's say, in the industry for the type of work that we need. And in other news, I'll just remind you, it's not on the slide, but we are in the process of negotiating a lease agreement with the City of Newcastle to house our court functions and our staff. That was supposed to be on your agenda this evening. We had have some more work to do on the lease. So that will either be coming back to you on November 7th, or I may reach out to schedule a special meeting between now and then just to keep that work on track. In the meantime, if you've been by City Hall and taken a peek in the back parking lot, you will observe we have modular buildings in place. Those temporary support facilities are helping us stand up resources for our police department. So we'll have a much more thorough update on that, but I just wanted you to be aware of what's happening, a few of the things I should say that are happening related to the City Hall closure. Next slide, please. Council, also, I think you're very familiar with what happened. I just wanted to take a moment to reflect back on last week's water main repair. We had a significant break in a 14-inch cast iron water main. This is one of our big mains on the 4600 block of West Mercer Way. When something like this happens, usually the calls first come in through 911, as was the case. Behind the scenes, we have a whole deployment structure which activated quickly. Given the scale of the main, we did lose a lot of water, but we had crews on scene within the hour and working remotely to slow water down to this area of the city. Our utility crews, they really, when they arrived on scene, they were focusing on the pipe itself, the right-of-way crews. By the way, this was a whole maintenance team response overnight and into the next day. The right-of-way crews were working on traffic control and then patching and repairing the road. Several homes were impacted because we had to shut water off for a period of time while we did the repair and then sent the water samples in for testing. So there was a precautionary boil water notice issued, and it was lifted about a day and a half later once the lab results came back clean. Although this isn't a fun event, this is not what we want to have happening with our infrastructure. I will say that in our preliminary after action, really the city's response was good. It was as fast as it could have been. And we also want to take a moment to thank our partners, City of Anacortes. The replacement pipe came from them. They put it on a truck the next day so that we could make a timely repair. The mayor and I will probably be doing something to say thank you on behalf of the city officially. So thank you again to everybody that supported the water main repair and the communications on that. Next slide. Just wanted to highlight, these are my slides to let you know some things that are going on in the field, smaller projects that may not be very visible. This is an example of one. Staff repaired a damaged manhole, which was located in the 3600 block of West Mercer Way. Not too far away from that water main break. And we used a different type of replacement we wanted to share a little bit about here. This was a high strength composite manhole that we put in instead of a standard cast iron, which actually made this repair a lot easier considering that accessibility was limited. So council, I remind you, if you ever want to get out into the field and see some of the work we're doing, the different types of products we're using, we welcome the opportunity to show you around. Next slide, please. Also last week, in addition to the right-of-way team supporting the utility teams, we were doing some work in preparation to support our tree contractors who have been out removing hazard trees in certain areas of the city and the right-of-way and the parks. In this picture, the right-of-way team was clearing access for the tree contractors to conduct some of their mitigation work along 35th Street. We also worked on a roadway depression last week due to some settlement that had happened on 80th Avenue Southeast. Next slide, please. All right, in the good news category, these next few slides are all about capital projects. Although Mother Nature is really putting a lot of rain on this project, which is slowing us down just a bit, we are really excited to say that construction on the Bike Skills area is very much underway. We have new access trails that are almost done, and we've also been working on installing some of the jumps and other features. You have a picture right there. If you haven't been to our Let's Talk page, we've published some pictures, I believe just yesterday. We'll continue to populate as construction continues. Council, one of the challenges with this project, and I think you're aware of this, is the heavy rains are slowing us down. So when it's raining really hard, we have to pause construction. So we're making the most of the dry days and the gap in the rain, but I just wanted you to be aware that that has become a little bit of a problem. Okay, and we will let you know when we have a date in mind for opening. It's coming up. Okay, on the theme of water system improvements, our water utility contractor is beginning work on a pretty significant water system improvement in the East Seattle neighborhood. It's actually starting this week. So you can see there a big section of water main will be replaced on 60th and then a shorter run on 62nd. Just another way that we're investing in the important infrastructure of our city. and replacing, frankly, a lot of aging water main. The residents, and I happen to live in this neighborhood, have all been notified about the construction work that's happening. There will be traffic impacts throughout the East Seattle neighborhood while this work is continuing. I think the horizon is about 6 to 8 weeks. We'll have flaggers out to help with traffic control. Next slide. Also, reservoir improvement project. I won't go into great detail on this because we covered it earlier. Just a reminder that we have one of our 4 million gallon water reservoirs offline right now. It is being relined. This is a planned capital improvement project. We do this about once every 20 years. So we're running off of one reservoir tank. In fact, based on our earlier presentation, that's one of the reasons why the SPU improvement projects have to be timed so carefully, because we have our own water system capital improvement projects that are happening right now. So the work that's happening as we speak is sandblasting the interior of the north tank. That'll go on for another few weeks, and that will get us ready to receive the new protective coating. I'll make sure that the Public Works team shares with us some additional progress photos as that project continues. Next slide, please. Really tremendous event last week, or actually I think it was 2 weeks ago. We hosted here at the community center over 150 community members for a fentanyl awareness event that was produced in partnership with the Youth and Family Services Department and the Healthy Youth Initiative. The police department was there, and the DEA also came. They presented their One Pill Can Kill presentation. I was there with my husband. It was really, frankly, terrifying information, but something that is important for all of us to be aware of who are raising children in our community. I want to give a special shout out to Mayor Neese. There was some logistics behind the scene to get the DEA here, and I believe it was announced at the presentation that of all the community meetings the DEA has attended, that we had the largest crowd. So that was really impressive. Next slide, please. Also, it was really exciting to recognize Maggie Blom. She received the Prevention Champions Award, and that was presented to her by Mayor Neese for her podcast, 2 Milligram Murder, which won the grand prize in the New York Times 6th Annual Student Podcast Contest. I can't remember how many submissions there were, but there were quite a few. So this was really an incredible honor for one of our very own community members. Also wanted to thank the Mercer Island High School and the Mercer Island School District for their participation. In particular, the High School Safe Club was there, and they had a display table on current fentanyl awareness prevention campaign that they're running at the school. And I know they are also working in collaboration with YFS. So overall, really well-attended event. Not the last time you'll be hearing from us about fentanyl. We released a follow-up communication to the community a couple days later, and work in this area will be ongoing. Next slide. Okay, upcoming events, and I'll clip through these slides really quickly. Council, I think you are aware of all of these. This Saturday, we encourage you to come out at 9:45 to Luther Burbank Park. This is our official opening of the Luther Burbank South Shoreline Trail. We will have a tree planting to commemorate the almost completed project. The work that remains is a lot of restoration and planting, which will start actually right after that at 10 o'clock. We're inviting volunteers to come out and help us plant the new shoreline trail. So we hope to see you there 10 o'clock this Saturday at Luther Burbank Park. Next slide. Also, we have the Sister City reception Thursday, October 26th. Wanted to make sure this was on your calendar. We'll be hosting our exchange students here at the community center at 5:30 p.m. and we'll have light refreshments. So please join us. That is about a 1-hour event, it looks like. Okay, Hallow weekend. I know at my family, this is absolutely the topic, and Halloween costumes are being worn just about daily, and great anticipation for all of the events coming up. So just a reminder, we have trick-or-treating in the town center Friday, October 27th. Many of our businesses get involved. That's a 4 to 6 o'clock p.m. event. The annual Pumpkin Walk is back Saturday, October 29th. That's at Mercer Park from 5 to 8 o'clock. Please help us out. We need pumpkins carved to make that event a success. In fact, if you want to carve pumpkins, we just ask you to drop them off that morning at the park. So thank you to everyone that's participating and volunteering to make these events a reality for our community. Next slide, please. All right, last two updates. I wanted to say thank you to Mercer Island resident Quinn Shavy and 8 volunteers who installed a section of split rail fence at the bike skills area as part of his Eagle Scout project. And there is the fence in that picture right there. We are certainly proud of our long partnership with the Eagle Scouts, Boy Scouts for their Eagle Scout projects. And this is just a great example of a project that needed to happen right now as we work on reopening the new bike skills area. So thank you very much to Quinn and all of the people that supported him in delivering this project for the city and the community. And last slide here, we were really pleased to participate again this year in the Mercer Island School District new family welcome event. That was 2 weeks ago at the middle school. We had Parks and Recreation staff, YFS staff, and our police department on hand. It was a really fantastic turnout. I didn't get the final numbers, but really incredible opportunity to engage with the new families that have moved to Mercer Island. So thank you again to the school district for hosting the event and inviting us, and to the staff that were able to attend and participate. And that is all I have for you this evening.
Very good. Thank you for that. All right, our next item is the consent agenda, which contains AB 6343, October 6, 2023 payroll certification, certification of claims for September 29 and October 6, 2023, and electronic funds transfers for August and September 2023, City Council meeting minutes of the October 3, 2023 regular hybrid meeting, and AB 6352 Luther Burbank Park Aquatic Lands lease. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as read?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Reynolds, seconded by Councilmember Weinberg. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Councilmember Androl,
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson,
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum,
Aye.
Councilmember Riker,
Aye.
and Mayor Neese.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Motion passes. The next item is a public hearing on AB 6350 Stormwater Management Program Amendments, Ordinance number 23C14, first reading. This public hearing is now open as of 6:29 p.m. City Clerk, is there anyone signed up for public testimony this evening?
Mr. Mayor, no one signed up to speak during the public hearing tonight.
Very good. Seeing that there's no testimony this evening, the public portion of the hearing is closed as of 6:29 p.m. And we will welcome Chief of Operations, Jason Kittner.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I'm just going to ask Brian Harkson, our right-of-way and stormwater manager, to introduce the topic, but just a quick refresher for the council. You may recall that the management of our stormwater system falls under the MPDS permit, and the Department of Ecology oversees that permit. And so this is a necessary update to our code to meet the conditions of our permit. And with that, Mr. Harvickson, pass it to you.
So under the Clean Water Act, the EPA implemented pollution control programs, including the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, or NPDES, and that regulates our stormwater discharge. The city's NPDES permit requires some updates. One of those is the code language adopting a more recent version of the Stormwater Management Manual for Western Washington. And we have an additional requirement to include language that supports the new source control program. So to provide additional background and details on the required changes, I'd like to introduce Rebecca Dugopolsky with Herrera Environmental Consulting. She's an associate engineer. Rebecca?
Great. Thank you, Brian. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'd like to share my screen and walk you through a little bit of background on what we'll be talking about and sharing with you today. All right, hopefully everyone can see that.
Looks good.
All right, so we'll be talking today about the Stormwater Management Code update, which is Chapter 15 of the Mercer Island City Code. So as Brian mentioned, this is based upon the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System Municipal Stormwater Permit, or MPDS permit. And what that does is it requires the city municipal code to either meet or exceed ecology standards designed to protect surface water from being impacted by development. We're currently under a permit term that lasts from 2019 through mid-2024. And in 2019, Ecology also issued an updated stormwater management manual for Western Washington that is required to be adopted regionally. So what is the municipal stormwater permit? Wanted to start off with a little bit of background there to give you a little bit of an idea where we're coming from. So this is a permit to discharge stormwater runoff from stormwater systems that the city owns and operates into receiving waters, such as Lake Washington. Requires implementing a stormwater management program that reduces the discharge of pollutants to the maximum extent practicable. And the main goal is fishable, swimmable waters. And this was based on the Clean Water Act passed in 1972, created the MPDS program, which then funneled down to the state. There's a variety of different types of permits that are out there. So there are permits that are focused on municipalities, construction, industrial, and various other uses. So today we're just focusing on the municipal stormwater permit. In the state of Washington, the permit authority is delegated to the State Department of Ecology. So nationwide it's EPA, but in Washington it's the Department of Ecology. Our current permit requirements here are highlighted on the slide. So there's quite a few different permit requirements in the current permit, which runs through mid-2024. The two that are highlighted in bold here in blue are the two that we'll be touching on today, but just wanted to highlight that there's various other parts of the permit that the city is required to comply with. So our updates to the code are just based on this number 6 here, controlling runoff from new development, redevelopment, and construction sites, and also on number 8, which is the source control for existing development. The current permit term, as I mentioned, is through mid-2024, but there'll be another permit starting up mid-year next year that runs through 2029. I also wanted to touch on the current permits requirements for source control. So this is one of the newer requirements in the permit for phase 2 jurisdictions, which the city is one of. So here's a list of a variety of different permit sections within the permit and what those contain. So as you can see here, there's the source control code ordinance. So that's updating the city's existing code to include and adopt some new requirements. There's the source control inventory, which outlines different businesses and sites that will be inspected throughout the city. The inspection program started up in early 2023. And with that, there's education outreach materials that are shared with businesses. And there's also an enforcement policy in place if needed to follow up on anything discovered during inspections. And the training is ongoing throughout the permit term. I wanted to talk a little bit about the inspection requirement, since this is the one that started up this year, just so you're familiar with what that is. So out of the city's inventory, there's a list of businesses' sites that could potentially have pollutant generating activities that occur on site. So the city takes a look at all those different businesses and sites and selects a subset of them every year to do inspections on. Also, along with those inspections, you can prioritize any part of your business site inventory, but you do have to follow up on any credible complaints. And then also if there's follow-up inspections needed, that also counts toward your 20% total. And then any inspections where the inspector is denied entry, hopefully that doesn't happen very often, but that could also count towards your 20% each year. So looking at what the inspectors take a look at during that business site inspection process, focusing on what comes in contact with rainwater. So really taking a look at any storage outside, what are the business's practices and waste streams, how do products and services flow through the site, are things protected that could potentially get into stormwater. So here you can see a covered area where vehicle maintenance occurs, a closed dumpster, things like that. So there's a variety of different things to look at during a site inspection. I want to highlight a little bit of different areas that inspectors look at. So outdoor storage areas, that could be stockpiles and dumpsters. any area where there's fueling of vehicles and equipment, washing or maintenance. We usually take a look at indoor maintenance and storage areas as well, just to make sure that those don't migrate off of the indoor areas onto outdoor areas and into catch basins. Taking a look at storm drainage systems and stormwater management BMPs, best management practices and facilities, and then taking a look at any activities that are unique to the site that could potentially generate pollutants. So that could be a variety of different things, including loading and unloading, dock washing, and other types of maintenance. So things that our inspectors are looking for during those inspections are making sure that stockpiles are covered, dumpsters are closed and not leaking. That's a common issue we see with leaking dumpsters. Materials are labeled and covered. Secondary containment, so there's a structure underneath a drum of waste in case there was an overflow that could contain that. Drip pans under leaking vehicles and equipment. Making sure that wash water from indoor floor cleaning is disposed of properly and not dumped into a catch basin outside. Related to spill plans, making sure that's posted and there's a spill kit there that's accessible in the event of a small spill. And then making sure catch basins and stormwater facilities are maintained. So stepping through the process for these code updates, the code edits you see in your packet are fairly minor, but they are required to comply with the stormwater permit. We did go through the State Environmental Policy Act approval process and was issued a determination of non-significance, or DNS, on September 11th. This is our first City Council meeting presentation today, and then hoping for adoption at the next City Council meeting on November 7th. So next, I just wanted to highlight a little bit of what's changing in each of the different chapters of the Title 15. So within Chapter 1509, focusing on stormwater management, there's new language to adopt the 2019 Stormwater Management Manual for Western Washington. There's updates to stormwater definitions for consistency, both with the permit and ecology stormwater manual, and then language added to allow for those business site source control inspections that I discussed that are already ongoing, and just making sure that the code supports that. In Chapter 1510, similar to Chapter 1509, updating those stormwater definitions for consistency, and then again, some language allowing for business site source control inspections. And in Chapter 1511, updating the stormwater definitions again. So you can see that's kind of a consistent theme and just making sure those are consistent with ecology's latest definitions. So next I wanted to highlight some of the key changes. So as we mentioned a couple times already, making sure that we're adopting the 2019 Stormwater Manual. So the current code adopts ecology's 2012 Stormwater Manual that was amended in 2014. The proposed revisions will adopt the ecology 2019 Stormwater Manual, which has been out for a few years now. So making sure also streamlining the language. So in the future, you'll just have to update this one definition rather than updating in several sections throughout the code. So we are making updates in a few different sections here, but in the future, it will just be this definition that will need to be updated for future manual updates. And the justification behind this is that the city is required to adopt ecology's 2019 Stormwater Manual or equivalent. There are some other larger jurisdictions that have their own manual, but in the past, the city has adopted ecology's manual, so it makes sense to stick with that for the future. Key change number 2 is updating stormwater definitions. As I mentioned a couple times, currently the code includes some outdated definitions, so the updates recommended are proposed revisions to add new stormwater definitions and update existing definitions for consistency both with the municipal stormwater permit and the stormwater manual, and that's required to meet the requirements in the permit, and that impacts the definition sections in all 3 of those chapters there. And then key change number 3, as we talked about a little bit, talking about those new source control inspection requirements. The current code does allow for inspections, a right of entry for inspections, but it lists out construction inspections and other types of inspections. So we're just adding some language here to more explicitly describe what the source control inspection requirements are for businesses and sites. And the rationale behind that is it's supporting the business site source control inspection program that started in January of this year. So with that, I will open it up for questions.
Very good. Thank you for that. Council, are there any questions? It's usually a sign of a very well done presentation. Councilmember Weicker.
You can't get away that fast. This is such riveting stuff. This is what we all signed up for. I just want to thank you for that presentation. I know it's dull. I do some of that for work on the side, and he made it very interesting. And I wonder, when we're required to do this, why can't we just do it administratively? Why does it have to come to council? Is that just part of the rule book too? I don't know who answers that, but I'm always curious when we get information that we just have to adopt, and it makes the most sense and it's the best available science. So besides the education, it's, there's nothing we can say or do differently and shouldn't, because we don't know better.
So there's BO, perfect timing. BO?
Well, first of all, Councilmember Weicker, we're required to adopt this as an ordinance in our code. So, the only body with authority to amend ordinances is the city council. So it is more work for you, but it's one of the things that only the council can do. The city manager, the city attorney, or the chief of operations, we can't administratively make these changes. So that's why.
We are lucky to have Rebecca and Herrera doing what they do. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Weinberg.
Yeah, well, first of all, I'm obviously in support of this legally required amendment. Second of all, it's not very often that stormwater matters come before the council. So I wanted to take an opportunity here to offer some much deserved praise to our stormwater team. In the 30 years from 1944 that's when the floating bridge opened, until 74, Mercer Island's population grew from about 2,000 people over 20,000. And much of the water and sewer and stormwater systems, pipes and infrastructure that we currently have in the ground are what was installed back in that period. And in some of that infrastructure is nearing its expected end of useful life. In the past few years, we've aggressively ramped up the process of proactively modernizing that infrastructure, and while working equally hard to keep those that remain in operation. And while the around-the-clock efforts that our public works crew on West Mercer Way last week were in the headlines, what quietly did not make headlines but deserves equal attention is how well our stormwater system has weathered 2 major rainstorms last month. April 8th, over 1.8 inches of rain fell in a day. And then on September, I think it was 17th, a full inch fell again. And the fact that these events passed without a major backup or a flood, or it's a testament to the year-round hard work that our stormwater team and their proactive maintenance of keeping the island's 54 miles of stormwater and drainage lines clear. So great work, team.
Very good. Not seeing any other comments. Council may have a motion to move to set ordinance number 23C14 for second reading and adoption at the November 7, 2023 City Council meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Oh boy. Okay, so it's moved by Councilmember Reynolds, seconded by Councilmember Weinberg.
Sure.
Any discussion? Not seeing any. Please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Weicker.
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Mayor Neese.
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
And Councilmember Andral.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Motion passes. All right. Our first item of regular business is AB 6355, ratification of King County Ordinance number 19660, an amendment to the 2021 King County Countywide Planning Policies, CPPs, for which we welcome CPD Director Jeff Thomas. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening to all. For the record, Jeff Thomas with CPD. Joining me this evening is Deputy Director of CPD, Allison Van Gorp, who will be walking you through a short slide deck here in just a moment or so. I would like to take a brief opportunity to just say a few words before we get rolling here. The piece of business before the council this evening is to hopefully approve a resolution which would constitute the city's ratification of amendments to King County-wide planning policies. Assuming that this resolution is approved this evening, we'll be packaging that up and getting that back to King County as quickly as possible, doing our part as a member city within the county. However, though, there's a little bit of greater insight to be gained here this evening. While this is a fairly straightforward piece of business in front of you tonight, it is a portal or a segue of looking into the future a little bit to November and December, when staff will be coming back to you on November 21st, I believe, for a work session first, and then on December 5th with a piece of regular business. And we will be providing updates to you on the work that's taking place behind the scenes for months now, since the council approved an amended, or excuse me, a supplemental scope of work to the periodic update of our comprehensive plan. Council approved that periodic scope of work update in July, and we have been working diligently on it. And what you're seeing here tonight with these King County CPPs and this ratification directly relates to that work that we've been doing on this supplemental scope that we'll be talking to you about much more extensively in the month of November. So with that, Allison, I'm going to turn it over to you to walk through about a half dozen slides, and then we'll bring it back to the council for consideration.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. All right. So the purpose tonight, like Jeff said, is just to ratify King County Ordinance number 19660, which amends the King County countywide planning policies. The purpose here is to align the CPPs with recent state legislation, including HB 1220 and HB 1241. It establishes the housing needs for each jurisdiction that are required by 1220, and then it also establishes the monitoring framework to track progress towards planning for and accommodating those housing needs. And there's a 5-year check-in after our comp plan periodic update is completed, and that's required by 1241. So a little background here, you'll probably recall we initially ratified the CPPs back in 2021, and that adopted the growth targets for Mercer Island, including 1,239 dwelling units and 1,300 jobs. We also amended the CPPs again last year to add in the growth targets for Sammamish, which were a bit delayed. All right, so this is the breakdown of the housing needs that were allocated to Mercer Island. Like I said, the overall growth target for housing units is 1,239. You see that there on the left. And what this does essentially is break those out into different income segments. So each of these rows represents a percentage of the area median income and the number of housing units we need to plan for that would be affordable to that income bracket. So as you can see, this is kind of bottom loaded. There's a lot of units in the 0 to 30, 30 to 50, and 50 to 80% categories, and very few in those higher income categories. We also need to plan for emergency housing, 237 units. That's like emergency shelters and those sorts of things. And then just this non-PSH and PSH. PSH stands for permanent supportive housing. And so this would be housing that's very affordable for the 0 to 30% income range. And then supportive housing means that they have services available on site, such as social workers or addiction counseling or things like that. The second piece here is the accountability and monitoring. So this is the process for tracking data towards providing those housing units over time. So King County is going to review our periodic update, and they're going to make sure it aligns with the CPP housing chapter. So making sure that it's going to help us attain these housing targets. And then annually, King County is going to gather data on jurisdictional progress towards planning for and accommodating those housing needs. And then 5 years after the comp plan's done, they're going to do an analysis to review that annual data and identify any shortfalls. And for jurisdictions that have shortfalls, they'll need to identify and implement actions to address the shortfalls. And this 5-year checkup is going to occur every 10 years, so it will always be 5 years after the periodic update to the comp plan is adopted. All right, so the ratification process for the CPPs, they would become effective once they're ratified by 30% of the cities in King County and representing at least 70% of the people. you're sort of deemed as having ratified it with no action, and we have 90 days to take action if we wanted to decide that we don't want to ratify it, and the deadline is November 30th. With that, I've got the recommended motion, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, Council, are there any questions? It's like Councilmember Jacobson, you can stop the screen share.
My first question is, what is new emergency housing? What does that mean? I couldn't find it defined in here.
Emergency housing is like shelters, and we need to have capacity so that if someone were to propose a shelter, it could be built with that amount of capacity. I think it was 237 units.
Okay, I have another question, Mr. Mayor, if and when.
Go ahead.
Well, these are all interesting numbers and everything, but what happens if the market doesn't bring these things to exist?
Yeah, so like initially with our periodic update to the comp plan, we really just need to create the capacity for these units. But as I was explaining, there's going to be data being tracked over time in King County, and as well as the Department of Commerce will be checking in on us at that 5-year point, as well as kind of ongoing into the future. And so if it's found that we're not making adequate progress in terms of this housing actually becoming available, we may need to take further action to either create additional capacity or put in place additional policies that would help to encourage more affordable units to be constructed.
Just to tag on to that briefly, Mayor, before you move on to the next question, Councilmember Jacobson, it's important that we're all of the similar mind. It's not the city's job to build that housing. What we're being required to do, and Allison said it very nicely, we first have to demonstrate that we have created the capacity through our comprehensive plan update and our zoning, and then considered additional policies and tools to help facilitate others to build that housing. But it is not our job to turn the shovel in the ground and to actually build it ourselves as a project.
Well, I understand that.
Okay, great.
However, my comment would be that this amount of 0 to, it's very hard to read my copy here, but 0 to 30% AMI of, roughly, 500 or more units would require probably about the ratio would require well over 2,000 units of market rate housing to make sense for a developer to come in and put the money into it. And time and again, that's what appears to be the case. You're lucky to get 10 low income or the AMI units for every 200 market rate units. So,
yep. And
this is going to be an interesting thing to see develop.
Yeah, and comments like the good comment that you just made are very much in line with comments that the mayor in particular spent, I don't know, hours, days, months of your time, Mayor, with GMPC and others commenting on when we went through this process about a year ago now. And it's comments that have been made at directors, King County directors meetings, state conferences, other Department of Commerce venues that have taken place when all of this was being developed and the subsequent guidance that's come out. So the only other thing I'll say, Councilmember Jacobson, there will be an opportunity. We have been able through time, we've been able to confirm that the city will be able to receive some credit in those respective income brackets when the city participates in regional efforts through Arch, for example, most notably, and so forth. But there is no magic recipe or lightning rod that's going to get us to those numbers within 5, 10, 20, or even a much longer period of time.
Thank you.
And, I'll just briefly add to that conversation that Department of Commerce has established guardrails for what it is that cities really need to plan for and accommodate to. And when they talk about a 50% AMI and below unit, regardless of whether it's push or not, they require a density and then they require a subsidy. So there's no expectation within House Bill 1220 that the 50% AMI units and below, and particularly the shelters and the push units, would get created without the state coming to the table with some sort of subsidized funds to create those units. It could not be done with an incentive alone. So we've got a basis in commerce documentation that will guide us in our comprehensive planning. Councilmember Weinberg.
Yeah, so a question on the comment that Director Thomas just made about getting some credit for helping a regional coalition such as the ARCH program. Have they provided any parameters around if you help them this much, then you get credit, or is it just kind of categorical of if there's been some help, we'll give you some break?
There's been a lot of discussion about how this will work between Arch and King County. I'll say nothing has been worked out yet. It's an ongoing conversation, but I expect that will be resolved here over the next year.
I can tell you we spent a lot of time. In fact, it was my idea at the GMPC to insert that into the countywide planning policies, because 1220 was going to be corrosive to the mission of Arch had it not been for that statement. If cities couldn't contribute to Arch through the trust fund contributions to create units with, these multiplying federal, state, and county dollars, then what would be the point of Arch, right? So there was broad consensus among the body to include the pro rata attainment of the units. So if we put in $100,000 and that creates 3.6 units, Mercer Island would get credit for those 3.6 units at their income bands. And King County's interjurisdictional team would be responsible for tracking that unit attainment, working with Arch. So I think the direct answer is, what we build, even with the multiplier of the grant dollars, we will get credit for.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Not seeing any, then Councilor, sorry.
I apologize. I need to interrupt. Council, you may be aware that we had some issues with the council packet for this meeting. A number of documents were out of order and did not appear. On our version of the online packet that we just reviewed, the resolution was not published. I'm not sure why this is happening, but we just caught it. So what I need to do, Mr. Mayor, really quick, I need to ask Ali Speets to screen share the resolution, and I need to ask City Clerk Andrea Larson to read it into the record. And then at that point, we would welcome a motion from the City Council. Go ahead, Andrea.
Thank you, City Manager. City of Mercer Island, Resolution Number 1651. A resolution of the City of Mercer Island, Washington, ratifying amendments to the King County countywide planning policies. Whereas the Growth Management Act, GMA, was adopted by the Washington State Legislature, and whereas the GMA requires counties in Washington State to adopt and periodically review countywide planning policies, CPPs, and whereas cities planning under GMA must coordinate planning efforts with surrounding jurisdictions. And whereas on August 15th, 2023, Metropolitan King County Council adopted Ordinance Number 19660, amending King County CPPs. And whereas the CPPs adopted by King County Ordinance Number 19660 adopted the housing need allocations for cities in King County, and whereas the CPP FW1E requires that amendments to the CPPs be ratified within 90 days by cities and towns representing at least 70% of the county population and 30% of those jurisdictions, and whereas on September 1, 2023, the city was notified that the county had amended the CPPs and that the deadline for ratification is November 30th, 2023. And whereas the ratification of the CPPs can be accomplished by an affirmative vote of the City Council, and whereas on October 17th, 2023, the Mercer Island City Council considered the proposed amendments to the King County CPPs, and whereas the Community Planning and Development Department recommends the ratification of the CPPs established by King County Ordinance number 19660. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Mercer Island, Washington as follows. Section 1. The countywide planning policies adopted by King County Ordinance number 19660 are hereby ratified by the City of Mercer Island. Section 2. The City Council directs the City Clerk to transmit a copy of this resolution to the Clerk of the King County Council. Passed by the City Council of the City of Mercer Island, Washington at its meeting on the 17th day of October, 2023.
Very good. Thank you. All right, Council, is there a motion to approve resolution number 1651, ratifying amendments to King County countywide planning policies?
So moved.
Second.
All right, moved by Councilmember Weicker, seconded by Councilmember Reynolds. Not seeing any discussion. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Neese.
Aye.
Councilmember Weicker.
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Abstain.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Councilmember Andral.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
And Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Motion passes. All right, Council, we've got 3 more things ahead of us. Anybody want to break for a few minutes here before we carry on? No. Okay. Our next item of regular business is AB 6357, the 2023-2024 Mid-Biennial Budget Revenue Forecasts. And we welcome Finance Director Matt Mornick.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, members of the Council, City Manager Bond. Please let me know when you can see my opening slide.
Looks good.
Okay. Let's dive in. So you'll have to forgive me. I too am also getting over some daycare crud. So this evening, I will go through about 21 slides, beginning with an overview of the current economic conditions that have informed the 2023-2024 Mid-Biennial Revenue Forecast. We'll begin with the general fund, then discuss projections associated with the city's real estate excise tax and revenues that support the youth and family services programs. We'll end with a summary of next steps in the mid-biennial budget update. The leadership team and finance staff are present and ready to answer your questions, for which I'm going to pause at various points along the way. I just want to take a moment and thank financial analyst Ben Schumacher. Ben has been an excellent thought partner in crafting the revenue forecast material for you this evening. One of the phrases that I found I was saying to myself when assessing the economy and building the forecast is that projections really are data dependent. It reminds me that I can't predict the future, and that speculation, though it's tempting, it does not help. So let's just wait and see what the numbers tell us. This time last year, the argument was whether the economy would slip into recession by the end of 2022 or perhaps in 2023. Not so much whether we would have a recession in the first place. Well, with 12 months of new data, by no combined measure is the regional economy in recession. Consumer spending has really defied expectations, despite how much and how often the Federal Reserve raised the federal fund target rates over the past 19 months to slow the pace of inflation. Increases to these interest rates have raised the cost of borrowing, resulting in a decline in the city's revenues associated with property sales. So more on that to come later in the slide deck. But when we look at the numbers for the city as a whole, the data indicates the healthy trend lines, which began in 2022, have continued in 2023 for most of the city's large revenues. For the most part, the mid-biennial forecast projects that this is going to continue through the end of the current biennium. This data provides, this table provides a high-level overview of the city's revenues at the midpoint of the current biennium, projected through the rest of the year and into 2024 and 2025. So from left to right, the first column lists the city's major revenue groups. The 2023 budget as amended is in the next column. Forecast figures for 23 are included in the third column, which taken collectively, project revenues will come in $5.5 million higher than the amended budget as outlined in the fourth column. Forecasted revenues in 24 and 25 are also included for reference. The assumptions underlying these projections are outlined in detail in Exhibit 1. On Monday, we amended the agenda bill and the exhibit to reflect the correct projections for interest earnings highlighted at the bottom of this table. The original published exhibit indicated that interest earnings would come in at $1.4 million in 2023. This was incorrect due to an error I made when inputting data to calculate our projections. We caught the error and updated our projections, and interest earnings are projected to be $2.4 million by the end of the year for the general fund. More on how we arrived at this figure later in the deck. So for tonight, I'd like to cover this and two other primary revenues driving the projected $5.5 million delta between forecast and amended budget figures, beginning with sales tax revenues. This chart has a lot of information in it, so we'll just go through it step by step. It provides a long-term view of annual general sales tax revenues as illustrated by the black line, and the year-over-year percent changes in revenues illustrated by the colored bars, with green showing year-over-year growth and red indicating a year-over-year decline. Revenue and annual percent changes are based on budget actuals from 2006 all the way through to 2022. And we have forecasted figures for 23 and 24 indicated by the blue bars and blue line. A key takeaway is first, sales tax revenues declined between 2008 and 2010. That was due to the Great Recession. And again, from 2016 to 2017, which was due to a decrease in activity in the construction sector. So that highlights just the volatile nature of this revenue stream. Second, really since 2019, sales tax revenues have experienced year-over-year growth, with the growth rate in 2022 really being projected to continue through 2023. The basis for this projection is due to revenues being up in each sector of business beginning the second half of 2022, and that's really carried through June of this year. As mentioned during the second quarter financial status update in September, the construction sector is experiencing the largest returns among all the sectors that we track relative to last year. And so we anticipate this ties to two major projects that are currently underway on the island, the Riot Games building renovations and construction related to the King County sewer upgrade project. These projects are ongoing and they're projected to impact sales tax revenues through the end of the biennium and potentially into 2025. For 2023, staff projects sales tax revenues will exceed budget estimates by 1.6 million and then remain strong in 2024 and 2025. Revenues tied to development services were at a 5-year high in 2022. The revenues for the first 6 months of 2023 are on par with the same period in 2022. So what we've observed is over the past 3 years, we've seen improved administration of development services, which has made for more efficient revenue recovery. And between 2022 and 2023, permit activity is tracking consistently. And so this, coupled with the two high valuation projects I mentioned on the previous slide, have informed revenue projections through the end of this year and into 2024. Staff forecasts that revenue from licensing, permitting, and zoning fees will come in at $3.5 million in 2023 and slightly increase each year in 24 and 25. It's also worth noting that this projection is informed by the quarterly forecasts on development service activity for the region that's essentially assembled by economists over at Western Washington University. For the first 6 months of 2023, interest earnings amounted to $1.1 million, that greatly exceeding budget expectations. This amount far exceeds interest earnings at this point in the year relative to the past 10 years, let alone the past 2 that's illustrated here on this slide. Many factors play into the city's interest earnings. The primary reason for the current growth rates is due to the fact that between June of last year to June 2023, the interest rate applied to the city's principal investments increased from 1% to over 5%. A second key factor is how earned interest is allocated. Interest earned on the combined total cash invested is allocated to the operating funds and reserves based on their respective balances at the end of each quarter. And because the 12.5% target funding balance for the city's contingency fund was met at the beginning of this year, interest earned on this fund's $4.3 million balance remains in the general fund, which speaks to why the mid-biennial forecast projects that 2023 interest earnings are going to be an all-time high for the city. So this is the 5-year forecast projecting revenues and expenditures for 2023 through 2027. And we've included budget actuals for 2020 through 2022 for additional context. The black line represents general fund revenues, with the red line illustrating expenditures. The blue area at the bottom of the chart is the projected operating surplus. It's important to note that the red expenditure line includes the one-time costs associated with the transition to Eastside Fire and Rescue that's scheduled to fully take place by January 2024. The transition costs that are tied to the general fund are spread across fiscal years 23 and 24. And so overall, the forecast projects revenues are stabilized by the healthy economy and will remain on positive trend lines through the end of the current biennium. I want to point out a positive influence on the city's budget, particularly the general fund this biennium, has been the city's strategic use of American Rescue Plan Act funds. Most of the ARPA money initially went to stabilizing operations during the pandemic. These funds were then allocated to invest in city facilities along with the island's water and sewer utilities. Most recently, during the May council planning session, the council accelerated work on many work items for this biennium. And so just over about $1 million of ARPA resources remain unallocated. And as a reminder, we're required to spend or encumber the funds by December 2024 and fully expend encumbered funds by no later than December 2026. I'm happy to pause here and answer any questions related to the material we've covered so far.
Council, any questions? Great. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yes, big thanks to the finance director for answering the numerous questions I had in advance. Can you bring up slide 9 for just a moment?
Sure.
I just want to make sure I understand this graph. I was assuming that I guess it's a blue line at the bottom, or the blue shading, represented the difference between the red and the black lines.
Correct.
How come it doesn't go negative in 2026 and 2027 and just shows as 0 when the red is above the black at that point?
It would be more accurate to show negative for the sake of real estate of the slide. It just, in reality, it's going past 0, but in the graphic, it dips to 0 and then it would be negative for 26 and beyond.
Okay, just want to make sure I understood that data. Now, can you go back, I think it's 1 or 2 slides before that, the one that showed the 11,000 of interest earnings and then the 2 interest rates, the 1.5 5.03 and 5.21, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that one. I think you sort of explained this, but I didn't follow it. So I'd like to ask again. Interest rates clearly rose from 2023 to 2022 by a factor of about 5. Yet our earnings went up from 11 to 2365, which is a factor of like by 200. So it's clearly a lot more than just interest rates that's driving this. Can you explain again what I missed on what else is doing it?
Well, the amended budget figure is what we budgeted for revenue. So that $11,000 figure was just what was budgeted. What came in 2022 was $90,000 in interest earnings to the general fund. So it's still huge magnitudes of increased earnings in 2023 relative to prior years. I actually went back through to 1998 to see if when we had experienced this degree of interest earnings, and we never have. This is hands down by about $700,000. If we bring in the 2.36 million as projected, the most that we would have ever brought in interest earnings. It really comes down to three factors. The principal interest, so the value of our principal investment, it's relatively high. The rate that's applied to that principal, and the portion of the total principal that goes back to the general fund. Right now, the general fund percentage, the total percent of interest earnings that gets allocated back to the general fund is a significant amount. So all those factors taken together has resulted in this very high earnings rate to the general fund.
Okay, thank you.
And just to further emphasize, the contingency fund earnings, as I mentioned in this slide, are also going back to the general fund at this point because we were able to hit our target funding balance in January of this year.
Very
Any
good.
other questions?
Not seeing anything.
Okay. Okay, we're going to briefly cover other city revenues, beginning with revenues from the real estate excise tax. REIT revenues support the city street and capital improvement funds, and this revenue is a result of the 0.5% tax that's levied on the sale price of all property transactions, as the council is well aware of. This graph is from the exhibit and provides an overview of the history of total property sales and the resulting REIT revenue between 2006 through last year. The purple line is the total number of properties sold. The blue bars illustrate revenues from residential property sales. In the instances they occur, the green bars indicate revenues resulting from the sale of commercial properties. Revenue projections are included for 2023 through 2025. I'll point out the tallest column here. REIT revenues in 2021 were the highest on record, and that was due to a historically high volume of property sold at 530, as well as 2 commercial property sales that generated a combined 1.8 million in revenue. By comparison, total property sales in 2022 decreased by 42%, coming in at 303. Revenues for the first 6 months of 2023 are tracking lower than the same period in 2022, down by nearly 340,000. And this is a result of a 12% drop in the volume of property sales during this period, the first 6 months of the year, and a 10% drop in the average sale price of residential properties selling below $5 million. The increases to the federal funds rate by the Federal Reserve has increased borrowing costs, and it's resulted in reduced real estate activity on the island. So by year end, we're projecting that REIT revenues will amount to about $624,000 less in 2023 and about $330,000 less in 2024 compared to the adopted budget estimates. So this is a notable shortfall, and it's going to impact the capital program. So we're going to keep a close eye on this at year end and through next year. And in the November meeting, we will return to council with an update on the capital program as a result of this projection. Staff also projected revenues associated with the Youth and Family Services Fund. So this table is similar in layout to the general fund forecast shown earlier in the deck. From left to right, the first column includes the 9 revenue groups for the YFS department, then the amended 2023 budget, the 2023 forecast, and the difference between the two in the fourth column. Overall revenues are projected to come in about $100,000 more than budget estimates, and that's due to really the Mercer Island Youth and Family Services Foundation's increased annual funding contribution, which is the number 2 row, the number 2 revenue in the table. And revenues for family counseling services are on track to be about $8,000 more than budget estimates, which is expressed in revenue number 1. A key factor that is balancing the YFS fund in the current biennium is ARPA support, which is budgeted to offset any year-end operating deficit between the fund's revenues and expenditures. And so we estimate about $550,000 in 2023 and $618,000 in 2024, and ARPA support is going to be required to balance the fund. A primary resource for youth and family services on the island is the thrift shop. Gross revenues through the first half of 2023 indicate that the thrift shop is on track to meet their revenue targets. Staff project that net revenues at year end will be nearly $500,000 at $450,000, which is $110,000 more in net revenues compared to 2022. So good job, thrift shop team. So for 24, we're assuming the 10% growth rate for gross revenues as adopted in the 23-24 work plan. Are there any questions on REIT or the YFS fund?
Not seeing anything, but I'll just make a comment on the thrift shop operations. It seemed like at the high water mark, the expense side of the ledger was $1 million, revenues were close to $2 million. And here you are with, reduced hours and some optimizations to the operations in the thrift shop, more leverage of volunteers. Where are you moving the margin? What is your estimated kind of margin structure for the thrift shop moving forward?
Can you explain what you mean by margin structure?
The net profit percent.
Right now, we're sticking with the incremental growth rate of 10% for gross revenues. That's what we've committed to. I'm really eager to see how net revenues come through at year end for 23. Right now, they're really on track to significantly be higher, around 25% higher than they were in 2022. And at that point, the thrift shop manager, the chief of operations, and I, and the thrift shop team in general will assess what's a realistic target that we should aim for 2024. Should the goal that's currently established be changed and updated? And what should the goals be for 25-26?
What is your estimated 23 expenses?
We're on track to hit budget estimates. I don't have that number in front of me at the moment, but I can follow up with you if you'd like that number.
That'd be great. Councilmember Jacobson.
Yes, about 2.5, 3 years ago, when the thrift shop was closed during COVID, several of us worked with some of the people who've been in that nature of that business to see what we could do to jack up the revenues. And one of the things that we learned was that revenues are a direct function of retail square footage. And prior to the time that our architects sold us down the drain on ways of improving that percentage or that square footage in the thrift shop, we were hopeful that we could do some things while the thrift shop had to be closed during COVID to make it to increase the retail square footage. The question which remains and we need to look at is when do we hit the upper limit with that square footage? And while I certainly commend what the thrift shop team has done, it appears to me that over time, their ability to increase the net revenue or the gross revenue, either one, is increasingly limited. And I'd like to put a stake in the ground at this point in time to have us be sure we're looking at ways of increasing the revenue exponentially, or at least significantly. And I know of no other way to do that than to increase our retail square footage. One of the proposals that was made back in 2021, late 2020, I don't recall which, was that we could increase the retail square footage by something like 38 to 44%, and in the existing facility, pretty cost effectively. But at any rate, I think in the future we really need to look at this, because I think we're going to be up against an upper limit, and I don't know if the foundation can continue to provide the generous support that they have over time. And as far as I'm concerned, MIYFS is one of our city core businesses, and that we, because of its importance, we need to be sure that the revenue stream that supports it has as much acceleration as possible. So it doesn't require any comment from you, Matt, and I, as usual, appreciate what you've done in terms of outlining where we stand in your report.
City Manager Bond.
Thank you, and good evening again, City Council. Councilmember Jacobson, you're correct in your recollection of the work we did a few years ago looking at modifications to the thrift shop. Council, if you're not aware, I'll make you aware this evening. When we started work earlier this year on the long-range facility planning, we identified a number of buildings to be analyzed for replacement or renovation, and the thrift shop is one of those facilities. Jake, that doesn't get immediately to your question of how do we make it bigger, how do we make more space, but what we know about that facility is, like many of the other buildings we steward and that house important municipal functions, that building is also aging and has some issues that we'll need to address going forward. So things got a little out of order with the closure of City Hall, but I want to reassure you that facility assessment work is happening. We are just wrapping up the assessment work on the Public Works building. The buildings that remain are the Luther Burbank Admin Building, the Annex Building behind the Community Center, and the thrift shop. And I anticipate we'll be reporting out to you on our findings of all of that work in the early part of next year. And then Matt we have some more slides, I think, still remaining. And one of those is next steps on budget work, and also as we turn our attention to next year. So what the presentation tonight did not cover is the expenditure side of the equation. Where are our expenditures tracking? And I just want to remind you, whether we're talking about recreation, police, the thrift shop, our costs have gone up exponentially over the last several years. Much of that has been out of our control, and that is consistent with the thrift shop. Much of our cost drivers in that department or division, is staff. So Matt, when we come back, we can share with you where we are there. In terms of capacity to grow revenue, which I think was perhaps one of the questions Mayor Neese was asking, we do have some ability to continue expanding hours. We've been very strategic to only take on what we can handle, because like many industries, we were heavily impacted by staff turnover. And so we've been very diligent and targeted in pacing the changes and the additional hours as we know that we can sustain them. So we have a pretty amazing following. We have lots of regular shoppers, and our donations are up, but that's another way that we can all have an impact on the thrift shop, is continuing to bring resellable goods so that we can resell them for the benefit of the Youth and Family Services Department. Thank you.
Councilmember Weicker.
Yeah, I just want to say making it bigger doesn't always account for the labor that you need to do the work, especially when you're sorting and relying on volunteers. But I wanted to pivot to Matt's point about MIYFS Foundation. up in their donations, and really appreciate the volunteers and organization that we have there to kind of fill the gap and hold that space and make sure counseling staff are supported. So that's the other side of that point that you just blitzed through, and we couldn't do as much as we do without that support. So thank you for that to our volunteers.
Perfect. All right, carry on, Matt.
Mentioned earlier in the presentation that revenue forecasts are data dependent. What the data doesn't tell us is anything regarding the new reality we're facing with the closure of City Hall. The mid-biennial budget discussion that we're scheduled to have on November 21st will focus on many of the adjustments that staff need to make in the wake of City Hall's closure. We will provide an update, excuse me, and potential amendments to the capital program. First, projects that were adopted back in December 2022 that are no longer going to happen. And second, we need to revisit capital program resources with the anticipated revenue shortfall and much of the ARPA dollars that were committed to facilities improvements that are no longer going to take place with City Hall's closure. Also, there are many unanticipated impacts to the operating budget with the closure of City Hall. Led by the city manager's office, the staff team is searching for medium-term solutions to house key city operations that rely on office space. And this includes the municipal court, a base for police operations, and a public counter for community members to come in person and get assistance from customer service staff. So staff is working now to pin down options for the next 3 to 5 years, while also clearing a path forward to figure out how to replace City Hall and the Public Works building. Many of the residual costs resulting from City Hall's closure have not drawn from general government dollars. The city has strategically used ARPA dollars to cover these expenses. The remaining ARPA resources and any 2023 year-end savings in the capital and the operating funds will be critical as council and staff work through near and long-term plans. And so at the November 21st council meeting, the city manager will be making a recommendation to establish a facility replacement fund. It is unlikely that the city will be positioned to set aside any surplus resources for a future City Hall or Public Works facility until April of 2024, when we present the 2023 year-end analysis. But for now, staff will be seeking council's feedback on the purpose and the funding target for this facility replacement fund. And with that, I will stop sharing and open it up to any more questions.
Well, let me just start by saying that's an exceedingly good idea, and I commend the city manager for having the foresight to start squirreling money away for what we know is going to be a very expensive facilities discussion. I do think that you have potential to put some of the sound transit reimbursement dollars on the Tully site into that fund before you close out the book for 23, just depending on how quickly that flows. So I don't think we should resolve ourselves to putting no dollars into it until 2024, but as fate would have it, it seems like there's a good amount of dollars that could be targeted to a fund like that. So I would be very much in support of something like that. Councilmember Weinberg?
You know, I agree that replacing City Hall is and is going to continue to be our biggest financial challenge in now and for years to come. I also agree that we should be setting aside a large portion of our general fund balance, our unassigned general fund balance for it. But I also recommend that we strongly consider other city programs that still need to be operated and funded in the meantime. The city is still in a race against time and against entropy in the proactive replacement of aging infrastructure. And we still need to implement the near and midterm items on our climate action plan, where there's currently a resource constraint in getting through a lot of that. We've got a Marine Patrol fleet that needs modernization, and we need to continue the post-pandemic recovery of our Parks and Rec program. And also the proactive, to prepare proactively for the changes in town center as the arrival of light rail. So I would encourage everyone to think about, let's walk and chew gum at the same time here. Yes, we do want to set aside a large amount of this for the city hall, but let's not put all our eggs in one basket. We got other things we also need to do as a governing body.
Okay, very good. Not seeing any other discussion. Any more questions before we move off this? Nope. Is that it for your slides, Matt? Well, we appreciate the update and we look forward to seeing you back in November.
Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Our next item of regular business is AB 6360, Review 2024 Draft Legislative Strategy, and we welcome City Manager Jesse Bond.
And I am going to turn it right over to Merrill Thomas-Schott, Robbie Cunningham Adams. They will walk us through our presentation this evening. Merrill and Robbie.
Good evening. I'm Merrill Thomas-Schott, and I'm joined by Robbie Cunningham Adams. We're your management analysts. Can you all see my screen okay? It's been a while since I've shared.
Sure can.
All right, great. Tonight we're going to present Agenda Bill 6360, a review and discuss draft 2024 legislative strategy. I believe we are. There we go. Tonight we'll cover a brief recap of the 2023 session. We'll talk a little bit about our draft 2024 priorities and give you all a chance to look at them and discuss them and give some feedback together. We'll go a bit more into the what we're hearing about and planning for in terms of a transit-oriented development bill. Robbie will talk about Climate Commitment Act funding, and we'll give you a reminder of the partner agencies and associations that we work with in putting together our strategy and working towards it in Olympia. So the 2023 legislative session, as you probably remember, nobody more than Mayor Neese, was unprecedented in terms of the volume of bills introduced for consideration. The primary focus of the session was housing, with several pieces of legislation enacted related to land use and permitting. In great news, the city secured $3.5 million in grant funding for a variety of waterfront projects at Luther Burbank Park. The 2024 legislative session will be a short session, meaning 60 days rather than the long 105-day session that occurred last year. Short sessions occur during the mid-biennium of the state's two-year budget cycle. And while the exact dates haven't been finalized or published, we anticipate the session in 2024 will be from January 8th to March 8th. We've already been working away a bit behind the scenes to get us ready. We held a kickoff meeting with council leadership, our lobbying team that you met last year, and senior staff to start the process, start brainstorming. City staff met with the governor's transportation and finance policy advisors to discuss our repackaged Marine Patrol request. And we have since sent that letter off to the governor's office for our Marine Patrol package. And Mayor Neese participated in AWC's Fall Mayor's Exchange discussion of the 2024 legislative session. So you saw in your packet and here are the draft legislative priorities that we have developed so far. I'll say them here and then we'll have a chance to look through them together later on. To maximize resources for behavioral health and substance use disorder treatment and prevention, support for affordable housing, capital and grant support for essential public services, preserving and protecting the environment, supporting public safety measures on auto theft and property crime, support for the WCAA municipal tort law liability reform, and revising the arbitrary property tax cap. As a reminder, we work with other organizations when developing legislative asks. It helps strengthen our asks and it helps when we work together toward a common goal. We included for reference the legislative priorities from the Association of Washington Cities, the ARCH Regional Coalition for Housing, and the Washington Cities Insurance Authority for your reference. I'll hand things off to Robbie next.
Thanks, Meryl. Good evening, Council. Again, Robbie, Management Analyst. I'm going to focus in on two kind of key themes we anticipate seeing this legislative session. One is a potential transit-oriented development bill. You may remember, Council, from last year, SB 5466, which had proposed to increase housing capacity around the light rail station on Mercer Island and other transit hubs around the state. We do believe a similar bill will be considered again this year. Council leadership, staff, and our lobbyists, we remain engaged with key stakeholders shaping the bill, especially compared to last year. You know, we have been invited, and we've really fought to be invited to a lot more of the stakeholder engagement process ahead of the bill being introduced. For example, council leadership and staff met with Governor Inslee's King County liaison to discuss the TOD bill alongside the upcoming other items in the upcoming legislative session. Mayor Neese and myself attended a roundtable of King County mayors hosted by Governor Inslee a few weeks ago that focused on transit-oriented housing development. And staff and city council do plan to participate in a stakeholder meeting on the TOD bill hosted by ADWC on October 25th. So there's quite a lot of chatter and behind the scenes kind of shaping of the bill so far. We, staff and council leadership, remain deeply engaged, as it would have obviously a significant impact on the island, and it's included in our kind of asks for a bill are included in this year's legislative priorities document. Next slide. Second, I want to touch about a bit on the Climate Commitment Act. There's a potential funding opportunity for city climate action plan projects. As way of background, in 2021, the state legislature passed the Climate Commitment Act. This program is a cap and invest program to reduce statewide greenhouse gas emissions. The CCA, how it works is it sets an emissions cap, issues permits that have a price assigned to them that industry can bid on at action and trade among themselves. This cap is meant to be reduced over time. That's increasing the price of the permit, and the proceeds over the years from this program from these auctions must be invested in climate projects. CCA focuses on three main themes for this funding: clean transportation, climate resilience, and environmental justice. Specific to the 2024 legislative session, the Climate Commitment Act has brought in significantly more revenue than originally anticipated when the bill was passed. I've seen reports of potentially $1 billion in extra funding available for appropriation during the upcoming legislative session. Next slide, please. On advice of our city lobbyists and our legislators, there is opportunity potentially for the city to leverage these funds for projects and initiatives that align with the city's climate action plan. I want to emphasize that there is a lot of ideas and chatter in Olympia of how this excess funding will be used and potential changes to the Climate Commitment Act. So there's no guarantee, but we need to be ready with our asks and potential items that we can lobby our legislators for to help fund. So staff are proposing including two funding requests in the draft 2024 legislative priorities related to climate funding. Next slide, please. Our first proposal is funding for an electric vehicle infrastructure plan. One of the priority planning projects identified in the Climate Action Plan is development of this EV plan. Early planning framework assumes the city would hire a qualified consultant to assess city, school district, and the whole community's needs, as well as current infrastructure on island, to develop a comprehensive strategy of how we will expand EV charging opportunities island-wide. So the proposed funding request would be $300,000 that could potentially be provided by the state. Next slide, please. Additionally, the city identified the purchase of a compact electrical sweeper as a fleet priority for the next biennium. This equipment will service areas that are inaccessible to our current large street sweeper, such as sidewalks, paths, and park areas. And this equipment would allow staff to reduce the use of gas-powered equipment performing maintenance on the island. So this is exactly that clean transportation kind of nexus of that the Climate Commitment Act is meant to fund. And so we're proposing a funding request of $310,000 to buy one of these little electric sweepers for the island. Next slide. So what staff are prepared to do now is to open up Exhibit 1, the Word version, and we can go through the details under the headings of these different priorities. But before we switch screens and do that, any questions so far on the slides?
I see Councilmember Weinberg.
And now I'm unmuted. Okay, so quick question on the EV infrastructure and the electric sweeper applications. Are these are we asking the legislature to create new bills for these, or are these competitive grant applications that we're submitting with the Commerce Department?
Yeah, Councilmember Wyman, it's a great question. And so with when the Climate Commitment Act was enacted, there was a funding plan. There's like the money would go to formal grants and the like, and that was already budgeted out for several years. With this excess revenue, this is unappropriated money from the legislature. And so there's the structure of the existing Climate Commitment Act of how this money should be used, but it's up to the legislator of how exactly that revenue is being used. So some in Olympia are proposing a rebate for vehicle owners, others are proposing statewide actions, and others are proposing possibly spending the money allocating to cities for specific projects. So there's a wide range of possibilities. So this is not going through some of the existing grant programs that we have been applying for. So it's I don't know if that's a satisfying answer, but it's a little open-ended and so we are proposing that our state legislators would appropriate in this 2024 legislative session the funding for each of these priorities to be given, I guess, as a grant to the city.
Answers it directly. Thank you.
Okay, not seeing anything else. We could probably share the document.
Yeah, so we'll do a quick switch here.
Council, while Robbie's bringing up the screen share, I will tell you that we initially set a goal every year to have concise legislative priorities that can neatly fit on one page, and we swung and missed so far. We are sitting squarely at 2 pages. We haven't done any formatting or cleanup or graphics yet. This is really just the draft text. So at this point, we welcome any input you have on that text, including anything you'd like to share about order or placement.
Councilmember Weicker.
Wow, thank you for all the great pre-work, you guys. Well done on all the work in the last couple of months to get here. And I'm curious what our contract consultants think about the list and any feedback we've gotten from them. Sort of is amen, go, or keep this one down at the bottom or off the list.
So they leave, I think you're referring to our lobbyists, Councilmember Weicker. They leave the order to us. We've met with them a couple of times in part of our pre-session work. So much of what is reflected here is either advice from them or things that we learned from them. And then they'll be looking for our final plan so that they can support us in our lobbying efforts during this short session. So they're aware, we've met. And I would say that our themes in these legislative priorities aligned with the themes that they're anticipating for the session. So the TOD bill we already spoke about, behavioral and mental health treatment and resources for additional programs and things like that.
Fantastic, thanks.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Yes, just kind of philosophically, what's our objective here? Do you want, minor wording changes proposed here, or just more conceptual, what's missing, what shouldn't be here?
Painfully, I am going to say if you have a wording change, we welcome that feedback, because the next time you see this document, we would like for it to be approved.
Okay. And the next question is, are we just going to take it kind of section by section, or do you want comments anywhere in the doc at this point?
Sure. I'll look to Mayor Neese for some direction on how we'd like to facilitate the discussion.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's easier just to start with your edit. So if you want to go through your list, let's get that out.
Sure. The first one is on the first one, maximize resources. I'm just going to know maximize is a pretty bold word. And it's unclear. That might say an uncapped amount. I would propose changing that to increase or substantially increase or something to that effect.
Okay. Robbie is driving the keyboard here, so he'll drop those in.
Okay. The next one in the affordable housing section under transit-oriented growth. This is just a question. The first bullet point there that says tying it to either affordability mandates, et cetera. I'm not sure what's meant by tying it. Can you clarify there?
Yeah, I'm happy to clarify that. The intention is under, House Bill 1220, we have specific city-specific. We need, you saw in the presentation earlier in the meeting today that we need to hit certain metrics on, AMI units, and so we would ask that either we, as the city, would have the authority to craft legislation that would tie affordability mandates specifically to that. You may remember last session, the legislator had considered adding a kind of a blanket, like a 10 or 20% affordability requirement tied to upzones with the TOD bill. I think our preference is probably to have a city to tie it directly to, we as a city can tie directly to our specific needs that are 1220. We're also open to a broad affordability mandate as we had advocated for last year. So I don't know, Mayor Neese, if you have any comments, I think we'd work together on this language.
Yeah, I think we're just looking for substantial flexibility, not knowing which direction the TOD bill is going to go, except it's going to mandate some form of affordable housing.
Okay, I'll accept that. The next one, I apologize for this one, same bullet. I think just a grammar point. The last sentence there, I think you want to say expands affordable housing and protects the environment to match the verb this, the subject this.
That is correct. Thank you.
Okay, and then scrolling down a little bit, I'll just note that the last sentence in that section, due to infrastructure constraints. I'll just note I think that's the only place in the document where we give a reason for what we're asking for. And it seems, if I'm right on that, or it's one of the only, we should decide either to have reasons or not.
We are in strike mode. So if you support striking it and we can add that context in testimony, then that would be fine.
That would be my recommendation, to strike that due to infrastructure constraints. Then the last comment I have relates, and this is not really to a specific thing on here, but maybe something to consider adding. In a meeting or two ago, we had some representatives from Flock come in to talk about cameras. And I sensed, while it was a challenging presentation in a lot of ways, I sensed a lot of interest from the council and the community in having something like that, but a lot of concern about the privacy implications. And I would be supportive of adding something in here to call for a reform to the public records laws to exempt these license plate readers from public records requirements. And I recognize not everybody may agree with me on that one, but I wanted to at least open it up for discussion and see how people would feel about that.
Do you want to add it, Rami?
Yeah, I'm thinking of how to phrase it. This would be a change to public record law exempting, what do we say, public camera footage, public.
Are we going to just
something like
that? ALPR?
I'm just going to put a placeholder. We'll get the exact wordage, if we're in agreement of this.
But maybe parenthetically put ALPR in there so we know we're not talking about body cam or.
Yeah. Exempting public security footage from ALPR from public records requests.
Yes.
We can perfect that at a later date.
Yeah.
Got enough, Mr. Mayor, you want to have a thumbs up or thumbs down on that one? It seems substantial enough. It's worthy of it.
Silence is agreement. I'm not seeing anybody get real riled up over it.
Okay.
We'll keep moving through these. Do you have any more?
I think that's it, other than a general note that despite the fact I just added one, it feels like an awfully long list. So I hope someday something want to pull out.
Yeah. Okay, Councilmember Anderall. Thanks for that, Craig.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks. I agree with Craig. It's a long list, and that was going to be my first comment for a 60-day session. I think we should put our eggs in a basket that we think we might be able to carry across the finish line, to mix a metaphor. But I also understand that all of these things may be on somebody's agenda, and it's nice to at least have formulated our position on them, even if we don't go out and proactively advocate for them. I'm not a big favor of revising the arbitrary property tax cap. I mean, I don't know that it's arbitrary, but it is a 1% property tax cap. I don't know why we have to define it as arbitrary. It was adopted in a thoughtful way by the legislature, and so I kind of disagree with that phraseology. I also don't think that we can win that, and much as I would like the money for city operations, I'm also sensitive to, ever increasing expenses on our citizens through inflation and including additional property taxes. So I'm not supportive of that one. But
did you want to strike
others,
arbitrary or not?
Yeah, I would like to strike arbitrary.
Can we strike that?
Yeah.
I don't
every
think
place it shows up, but no, I mean,
yeah,
right,
it's right below that, Robbie, and two lines down.
You think the arbitrary comes from AWC's phrasing? I think that's where we got it from.
Yeah, I don't think it is arbitrary. I mean, because yeah,
It doesn't add anything. I agree. Councilmember Weinberg.
So I think I've been able to condense the changes that I would like to propose to just the addition of 10 words. So it's on the next page where we're looking at the preserving and protecting the environment. After the word encourages, I propose that we add the words solar power usage, comma, equipment electrification, comma, fleet vehicles electrification, comma, and other, and then the legislation. There you go. And the reason that I'm proposing these changes is that there are specific bills that there are specific representatives they're planning to write that are behind these, and it would be very nice to be able to give our lobbyists something that they can specifically go and say yes to, and it might also make us some allies there to have us defend or supporting their bills.
Got it. All right. Councilmember Reynolds. Old hand.
Sorry, that's an old hand.
Councilmember Jacobson, any changes?
Yeah, I'd like to go back to that WICA insurance business. While I'm philosophical, I would love to see that happen. I think that the odds of that happening are about as long as you can get, because the trial lawyers have a big hold on the majority of the legislature. And I think the likelihood of that happening is just so slim that asking for it here is wasting time. And it also is adding stuff to something, adding stuff to our wish list that is extremely unlikely to be granted. And once again, I'd be all for that, but every time there's been an attempt to do that in our legislature, it's gone down in early flames. And so I guess what I'm concerned about is we're asking for something that is extremely unlikely to happen, as wonderful as it might be to cities. So I would shorten this by just eliminating that entirely.
So the only thing I would say on that is that absent having this, if we get a sign-on letter from another supportive agency or organization that we're a member of, and we want to sign in support for it, right? We're not going to expend a lot of dry powder doing it. Absent having that phrase there, it's going to be hard to do that. If do you feel strongly enough that if it's unlikely but still supports our lobbying efforts, to just leave it in?
I don't think we should waste any time lobbying. If somebody wants us to sign on, we could sign on to something that says that the moon is made of green cheese, but this is a document that is, I think, in our scheme of things, a fairly low priority and very unlikely to get enacted. And it seems to me that we need to shorten this rather than lengthen it. And so I would be, it's more than unlikely if you think you can beat the trial lawyers in this state, good luck, because you can't.
Interesting strategic question that you raised. Should we have some things in this list that are long shots, but that we want to include in order to plant the flag of ensuring that there isn't motion in the opposite direction?
I see the city attorney's popped in here. Bio, do you have some commentary around this?
Yes, I just wanted to point out that I think what WCIA wants the city's support on this is to oppose any legislation that would come before the House or Senate that would expand liability or tort remedies against municipalities. One example that's been quite a bit, that WCIA has been successful in sort of opposing, along with other cities, is the verdict interest, bills that have come up, year after year. I'm not sure if it came up last year, but several years that came up. The WCIA asked for city support in opposing such bills. So I think their main concern here is that if something pops up that would expand this, that the cities would be on board in opposing it. I just wanted to add that as clarification.
Yeah, and so here's what I will add too, is this legislation has showed up in the previous sessions kind of as surprise. We were, we didn't have an early warning something was coming, and WCIA is trying to get out in front and encourage us to take a position on this so that we can sign on to those letters when those issues pop up. So I would like to ask the council to consider keeping this in. It is a tool that will make it a little easier for me to be responsive during the legislative session. I do understand it's a steep hill to climb, sometime to oppose or support things that we're interested in. One thing we can do, council, is we can take our top 4 or 5, format them for the front page, and then put these additional items on the back, under a category of also support. So it can be laid out just a little bit differently for ease of reading.
Okay, council, thumbs up to leave it in?
Can I make a comment first?
You can, but you have
Okay.
enough thumbs.
Sure. Well, I just want to note, I want to leave it in, but I think the header for that section is inconsistent with the paragraph. It seems to suggest we're supporting reform, but what we're actually doing is opposing a change.
Okay, Robbie, do you want to just make a note to get with BO and just true up the title to make sure it's what we want?
This language was lifted almost directly from WCIA, so we'd be happy to go back and take a look at that.
Okay, because I'm supportive of what the body says. I'm not supportive of what the heading says.
Thank you.
Okay, any other changes, Craig?
Nope.
Okay.
Good work. Tough job. Lots to cover.
I will say too to the council, I wouldn't be too afraid of the document being long, because the different parts go to different places and there are different committees working on different things. There's no one-stop shop where you just drop this on the desk and say, here it is, and it magically gets done. So, it's really there to support testimony, staff, letters, sign-on letters, things like that. So I think it is a useful tool, even if it is lengthy. Okay, with that, then there's no motion that we're needing tonight, but if I see another hand go up, Councilmember Weiger?
I know Sound Cities is working on their legislative agenda, so do we have to wait until it's final to send what we're thinking about to SCA, or what's the protocol there?
No, I've been, that's a great question. We always have a chicken and egg conversation with SCA about the legislative priorities. So what we'll do is we'll get this cleaned up, we'll watermark it with draft, and within the next week or so, we'll at least share the draft. And then council, once you adopt your legislative priorities, we have a protocol to distribute them out to partners and legislators. And so that will all happen as well in late November, early December.
Very good. All right, we're all set. You'll see that back at the next council meeting. All right, anybody need a break before the party study?
I do. Short
Okay.
one.
Short one, 5 minutes?
Perfect.
Okay, so it's 8:06. We'll be in break until 8:11.
Mr. Mayor, it looks like we're all back.
All right, thank you. The council's returned from a 5-minute recess. Our next item of regular business is AB 6359 Town Center Parking Study, review of draft document, which we welcome CIP Project Manager Sarah Bluvis. Welcome, Sarah.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council. Give me a second to share my screen. All right, can you see in presentation mode?
We can.
Terrific. So I'm excited to be here tonight to kick off the discussion of Agenda Bill 6359, Town Center Parking Study Draft Review. Here's our agenda for this conversation. I'm going to walk us through a quick project overview to make sure we're all, again, oriented to this plan. Talk about the public comment that we received during the public comment period earlier this fall, and then give you an update on our early actions that we've been making progress on. And then I will hand it over to City Manager Bond to continue the conversation, including running through some items for discussion with the council and talking about next steps to reach adoption. So here's a reminder about our project timeline. We, depending on how tonight's discussion goes, we have 2 milestones left to get through. We are talking about the draft review tonight and then are scheduled to come back on November 21st for adoption of the Town Center Parking Study. So as a reminder, these are the goals that the council set out for Town Center parking back in 2021 when we kicked off this process. The first was to create a parking program that activates Town Center, supports small businesses, and enhances our Town Center visitor experience. The second was to ensure island residents have priority access to public transportation. And the third was to determine if on-site commercial and multifamily residential parking is adequately utilized and then identify options for increasing and regulating its use. So the draft document that you have before you tonight aims to outline a process to achieve those goals. Here's the structure. Again, you're probably all very familiar with it at this point. The document was developed over several months following a lot of data collection, several community engagement activities with a variety of community members from the local business community, general residents, including residents in Town Center, and a whole host of other folks, as well as regular conversations with you all. The strategy recommendations are, again, kind of what we'll focus on tonight through the discussion. And then we'll also talk a little bit about implementation through that discussion as we mention some 2024 work plan items that are suggested for adding to the work plan. So we held a robust public comment period that opened in July 31st and closed September 19th with the public hearing. The draft was available for review on our Let's Talk page, and we provided 3 different ways to comment. Folks could provide information on Let's Talk, and I provided some stats there. We had 726 total page views during the public comment period, 409 downloads of the report, and 8 unique comments through our comment forum. Community members could also send us emails, and we received 13 unique comments, 1 from a local business owner and 2 on behalf of Neighbors in Motion, a couple of specific stats there. And then finally, we also held the public hearing on September 19th, which featured 1 unique comment from a speaker who's a Town Center resident. We promoted all of the opportunities through the MI Weekly. There was coverage in the Mercer Island Reporter. We also did direct outreach to businesses and worked with the Chamber of Commerce to get the word out about the public comment period. And in your packet as Exhibit 4 is a matrix of all of the comments that we received. So some themes and highlights. We received comments on every recommendation except recommendation 1D, which is the recommendation to add additional ADA parking on street. And strategy number 3 received the most comments. There was a community request to add images to the plan to demonstrate the current conditions, and we agreed that this was useful. We shared a lot of images throughout the process in presentations and community engagement activities. So we added a new Appendix E, which was included as Exhibit 2 in your packet that will be adopted with the final document. We also highlight some major themes on this slide: emphasis on bike safety and infrastructure that received 11 unique comments, the need to support local retail through parking improvements from 9 respondents, continued desire for the Park Once strategies from 5, and then parking enforcement is still a necessity from 3. So before we launch into the discussion of some items for your review and approval, I wanted to provide an update on the early actions that staff have been working on. As a reminder, you all identified several early actions earlier this year when we paused the review of the town center parking study, and staff have been steadily working on those. So here are some updates on 3 of those actions. I think you all are aware that we conducted parking accounts again in town center earlier this year. So we've analyzed that data and we actually added it as Appendix F, which was Exhibit 3 to the document. And again, that'll be adopted when the final plan is adopted. And I wanted to note that we are planning to schedule 2024 counts. We've heard from the community, the count time that we did in 23 and 2022 was a little too close to Memorial Day. So we are looking at moving those up to make sure that we capture as much activity in the town center and get the best representation of how people are parking. We also have been making some more progress on new wayfinding tools. So we started distributing the new parking maps, and GIS is creating a new digital map to go along with it. It'll be very similar to some of our story maps, if you all are familiar with those. We have one for our public art collection and other options. So we hope to launch that in 2024 at the beginning of the year. The paper maps came in handy. We sent out PDFs near the end of the summer and early fall. I know a lot of people use them to find parking for Art Uncorked and some other early fall events. So it's nice to at least be able to get a little bit of traction and see that that's a useful tool. We're also working on installing new P parking signs near the parking garages in town center by the end of 2023. So these are the right-of-way signs that we already have in place in different areas around town center. So these will be additional signs that will better signal those different parking garages. Staff met a few weeks ago to discuss this a little more and felt that this was the best next option to kind of test out new wayfinding to public parking options. They're quick to implement and quick to take down if we don't like them or they aren't working the way we hope they do, and then we can move on to other options. And then finally, staff have also continued working on updating our parking citation fees. So we met with the municipal court to further discuss this, and we are preparing a new fee schedule or proposal to bring back to City Council, hopefully in early 2024. As a reminder, we do need the City Council to adopt new fees, I believe by resolution. So you'll be seeing that from our City Attorney's Office, hopefully in early next year. So I'm going to turn it over to City Manager Bond now.
All right. Thank you, Sarah. Council, our mission tonight is to come away with any final direction on changes so that we can prepare the town center parking plan for adoption, which brings me to this slide. I know some of you have said, Jesse, why are we calling this a study? That was just the name we picked up at the very beginning. I think I mentioned previously that we would transition the name to town center parking plan. So the next time you see this document, unless there's any objectives, it will have a new name. All right, so in exhibit, council, let me also say, as you know, we had some issues with the council packet when we went to publish it. Some files didn't load correctly. It's kind of plagued us through this whole entire packet, including this item. So we republished yesterday this agenda item in its entirety, including changes to the agenda bill, Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 6. So what I'm looking at now is the republished version of Exhibit 6, but to save you some time, I've dropped some notes on the screen. So Mr. Mayor, with your permission, what I'd like to do is we have 9 items to walk through and decide if we want to make a revision to the plan or not. And if that works for you, I'll start with item 1, and then Sarah can toggle the screen sharing on and off for us. So we had a couple comments from the public, and I believe Councilmember Reynolds also shared a comment. This is really just related to parking time limits. Do we want 2 hours? Do we want 3 hours? What the plan is recommending at its highest level is that we be consistent. That was something that if you drive around our town center, the parking time limits are all different, which makes it difficult for parkers to know what the rules are. It also makes enforcement challenging. My recommendation, although the plan is recommending 2-hour time limits, Council, ultimately the final policy decision on the changes we make will be yours. And we don't have to make it tonight. We don't have to make it when the plan is adopted. So what I'm recommending, and you see it throughout the staff responses, is we need to go and update our parking citations. We need to get the by phone app up and running, and then we will do a look with all of you at changing the parking time limits. It's probably going to be a 2024 work plan item. It may slide into 2025, early 2025. So I want to reassure you that this plan doesn't lock us into 2 hours. I know Mayor Neese in item 9 had also recommended that we consider first hour free. So I'm not convinced we're going to be able to make that decision tonight. So that's our recommendation, not to change the plan, but to revisit the final policy decision when we bring this back to you. And I'm open to other ideas and your thoughts as well.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Just a couple of quick questions. So I just want to make sure I understand what you're suggesting for the city manager. You're suggesting that our plan be to have a goal of making things consistent, but to defer the final decision on what that means until next year. Is that correct?
Yeah, and the plan, that is what the plan says in page 16. It says revise on-street parking time limits to be consistent throughout town center. When you dig into the plan, it does recommend 2-hour time limits, but you're not bound by that.
Okay. And then the second question is for the mayor. The idea of 1 hour free implies that it's not free after 1 hour. And if that's true, that seems like a significant change that we haven't discussed. Is that part of our plan to start charging for the 2-hour parking?
Yeah,
that may be my error in paraphrasing what you shared with me, Salim.
My understanding of how the pay to park app works is that you set a duration of how long you can park there. And then you can also set a duration of when you charge to park there. So if we set the first, for example, 2 hours as no charge and the third hour carrying a charge, it would be a way to sidestep into paid parking in town center while offering a free period. So that was my thinking.
Okay.
But again, I don't think it needs to be determined at this stage, but I do think that what is valuable should be paid for, and curb parking is valuable. We need to find a pathway to getting people to recognize that it has some value.
Okay, I definitely agree that's worth discussing in 2024. And I would also ask the city manager if it does come on the agenda in 2024, I want to make sure we get some specific input from business owners on how that impacts employee parking.
Yeah. Actually, Councilmember Reynolds, I should have said that when I started speaking. This is it's a really important issue. It's a really important change. And while I think we've done a commendable job putting the plan out on the street, it's a lot, right? When we're asking feedback on a whole plan. So when we go to look at the change to our on-street parking, we have to do a robust public outreach process on just that issue. And I think that will be something, that will really benefit us in making those kind of final policy recommendations.
It sort of makes me nervous. I think I saw there was one business owner that had commented, and I would hate to drive anybody out of business because their employees have no place to park.
Yeah, I will say we had a lot of business engagement in the very beginning, but it's a lot to track these plans and to stay with it. So I appreciate that comment. It's very important.
Councilmember Jacobson?
Yes, could we go back to the first slide? I think it was to show the purposes of this traffic study, please.
Sure. Give us just a second. Jake, we'll bring that back up.
Thank you. Okay, my first observation is, it seems to me in talking to business owners, that we're we're pursuing a solution that's in search of a problem. Every business owner to whom I've spoken has said there isn't a problem at this point. So whether or not that's across the board, but when I read number one, item number one, we want to support small businesses and enhances the town center visitor experience. Well, I guess what that talks about is people who come into town, whether they come in from the south end or from Timbuktu. But if there's parking available, which there seems to be now, and we don't know what the future looks like in the town center, I expressed my concern that this was a premature way to approach this subject back several months ago, and if anything, my view of that is increased over time. The item number two is, I'm not sure any of what's in the study does anything for number two, at least as I see it. Number three is, from things we've discussed today and the city's own position that we want to confine any multifamily stuff to town center, if in fact we build Sinwa and we lose several of the remaining large parcels to multifamily, this is going to be a wholly different situation, and one to which the solutions and other things in this plan really don't respond. And I'm concerned when we start talking about paid parking. I think there are going to be a whole lot of residents who say, wait a minute, if there are parking spaces around, why are we charging for parking? Is this just another tax, like the Inslee gas tax that's being imposed on us? And how do we enforce that? And what are the costs of enforcement? Now, it's been suggested that, well, people can have this app and do all these kinds of things. Well, I would tell you that there are a whole lot of people who are going to say, I'm not going to use an app if I want to go to QFC and spend 10 minutes getting some milk for myself. I'm not going to use that app. If you go to QFC lot, of course, that doesn't apply, since presumably you could park there as long as QFC allows you to, and they've got some restrictions. But I think this thing is wholly premature, and until such time as we decide what we're going to do with downtown, which we haven't done, or until our hand is forced by having to put multifamily housing in there, this is entirely premature. And it's an interesting subject to discuss. I'd also say the amount of input from the public was pretty slim, considering the amount of time and effort that was devoted to generating it.
Okay, Councilmember Weinberg.
Yeah, much briefer comment. I think when we do a public outreach, make sure that we also reach out to residents in town center who are also some of the users of the website. Make sure they're aware of the changes that are being
Councilmember Weinberg, I lost some of your audio there. I'm not sure if it was just me. I think you were speaking about the residents that live in the town center. Was that correct? Did I catch that?
When we do a public outreach, I advise that we ensure that we try to reach to the residents of town center. I think that those of us on the island who don't live in town center but who regularly go to the businesses and need to be able to park while we're there, we're not the only people that use those parking spaces. When somebody is a guest of someone who lives at the north end of the island, needs to park on the street for a few hours, and if that's going to start costing them money, then that's something that we want the people who are living there to have a say in.
Thank you.
Councilmember Andrew.
Yeah, I don't want to throw cold water on this because a lot of time and effort's been put into it, and I appreciate the information and the data we've gleaned at this point. But I'm kind of sympathetic with what Jake expressed in terms of there doesn't seem to be a parking problem now. The town center is in so much flux with transit-oriented development, large parcels that have not yet been redeveloped, riot games that's not yet in place, an apparent adequate supply of on-street and commercial parking for current businesses. I just and the fact that, you know, half of the public comments had to do with bicycling to town center, not parking in town center. I don't know. I just feel a real disconnect with what I thought we were going to try to accomplish at the beginning and where this is coming out now. So this all does feel pretty premature to me and maybe a little off point. But I'd like to walk through the rest of the presentation and see. But like I said, I'm skeptical about the value of adopting something at this point in town center development with where we are right now with the amount of uncertainty that we have about the next 3 to 5 years.
Okay, so we were on slide 1. Did we get through slide 1 sufficient to move to 2?
I think so. So I think maybe we're agreeing, although we had comments on a variety of things, that if we keep the plan the way it's written now, we are understanding that the council still has the policy authority to determine what actually happens with our on-street parking, including all the things you just mentioned. Whether or not we charge a fee, if there's a grace period, the time limits, et cetera. So, Mr. Mayor, with your permission, I'll move on to the next item.
Sounds good.
Okay. This has come up in a couple different ways, and the staff originally put this in your matrix in Exhibit 6 for awareness. The plan identifies exploring street reconfigurations on Southeast 27th and 77th Avenue Southeast. What I really want to make you aware of is if we are going to do that, we have to make a decision about what, if we want to do the reconfiguration study of Southeast 27th, parking reconfiguration now and postpone a capital project related to that road. We have an overlay project on deck for next year. Something else I want you to just remind you about with Southeast 27th is we are also on our work plan, and we have a consultant on board right now. We are looking at, we are studying a potential realignment of Southeast 27th. So my point is this: if the council wants to look at reconfiguring parking on 27th, I don't need you to say yes, we're going to do it. But if that is a priority, I need to meet with my team between now and the time I see you next, and sort of lay out a new sequence of events, and ultimately postpone the overlay work that's planned for Southeast 27th in 2024. I'm probably not doing the best job explaining that capital project, but we have a timing conflict, and I wanted to bring it to your attention. I think Patrick is in the meeting, as is Jason. If you'd like to talk about that, we can stop screen sharing so we can see everybody's tiles here. Did that make sense?
Yeah, I think there's some ambiguity about if the 27th was going to include on-street parking or not. Mm-hmm. Maybe Patrick, you can speak to what 27th reconfiguration was going to include.
You mean in the parking study itself?
Yeah.
No, in the capital program that's programmed.
So for the overlay project that's programmed for next year, it's primarily repaving 27th Street.
Okay.
From 80th on the east up to 76th.
So no changing of pockets, no curb cuts, just ADA ramp improvement.
Some ADA ramp improvements, repaving the roadway, restriping, replacing the pavement markings.
Okay, so the question I would ask is if there was an inclination by the council to calm traffic on 27th, which might involve parking and getting rid of a central turn lane, like, are you wasting money doing that project, that overlay project, or is that just sequentially perfect for a follow along?
I will say it is dependent on what comes out of that reconfiguration study. If it is just a bucket of paint, repainting and restriping, that is something that and Patrick will shake his head when I say this, can be handled with relative ease. If it if it requires more extensive work, reconfiguration of curbs, sidewalks, then the sequencing is not correct. And so that was where we were left with what is our interest here? Is 27th really on the table to be parked and to eliminate that center turn lane?
Well,
And
the easiest way to do it is to figure out tonight where council is on that issue. Is there support among the council majority to try and calm traffic on 27th, that east-west kind of cut through Big Bend, or do we back away from that and just resurface the street as is already programmed in the CIP? Do you guys want a thumbs up, thumbs down there? Are there enough questions that we need to? So I support calming it because I think it does nothing for our town center merchants. Jake's a thumbs down, Lisa's thumbs down, Craig's up, Wendy's down. It's 1, 2, 3. So I think you have 4, 3.
Yeah, did I see Ted's? No, it was 3-3.
Where did Ted go?
It is a thing for me because frankly, it's kind of an irreconcilable thing. We've got two different things we want to do with 27th, and we haven't decided how big one of them is. It's quite possible that the two are compatible, as Jesse was saying, but we don't really know yet. But I think it's kind of moot. My point is kind of moot at this point because I think you already have 4 thumbs down on me.
No, I think we need you. We need to know where you are. Thumbs up or down.
I'm leaning towards down, but I would probably if it's tied to 3 right now, then I'd say down.
1, 2, 3, 4. I think you have 4 downs. 5 maybe. Okay, so I think what you're looking at is an overlay, and then a longer term discussion about traffic calming on 27th.
So council, what I would propose then is to go ahead and leave the text in the plan as it's written to allow a future council and administration to evaluate 27th. But we understand as we leave this meeting tonight that our overlay project is going forward next year. So our capital teams can keep that going. The other reconfiguration consideration is on 77th. And that capital project is a little further out. It doesn't have the same conflict, but we wanted to just flag that there is, and Patrick, come back on the screen, please. Patrick, you raised this. Is there anything else you want to say about 77th, except just for awareness? If we're going to study the reconfiguration, that's probably something that needs to move up the priority list so that we don't run into a future conflict down the road.
Yes, I just want to provide a little bit of context. We proposed this in the TIP about 3 years ago, and it was shortly after the town center development regulations were updated. That update included a design for improvements on 77th Avenue that would eliminate the bike lanes, eliminate the center turn lane, and replace all of that with on-street parking on both sides of the street and moving bikes into the northbound and southbound lanes by creating sharrows. My concern at the time was that the Xinhua project was just coming in for permitting. So they would be the first development that would have to actually make those improvements along their property frontage. I think their property frontage is about 100 feet in width. And so if they had to make those improvements for drivers and cyclists and pedestrians, it would be very wonky having bike lanes and the center turn lane and everything. And then all of a sudden you transition into no bike lane and sharrows for 100 feet and then transition back to the bike lanes. I felt like at least the engineering team would look foolish allowing something like that to happen. So instead, we looked foolish by proposing a longer corridor improvement to rechannelize the whole corridor to comply with the development regulations. In a sense, however, that was a placeholder in my mind. What I wanted to do was have it out far enough where it's in the TIP and allow Xinhua to pay their fair share of that improvement instead of building those improvements. The code allows for that. And so now I think that improvement in the TIP is about 3 years out. we could easily push it out a couple of additional years if we needed to, if the council needed to, in order to kind of make a decision on what to do on 77th. And if the what to do changes, then that's also a change to Title 19 in the regulations.
I think you were reacting to what felt like an imminent chinois project, which has proven to be less imminent. I mean, if it needs to push out, is there anybody on the council opposed to letting that push out the CIP a little bit further? I don't see any real rush to get it done. It looks like you have support to push that out, Patrick.
Okay.
Yeah, this was a comment from us, just again, awareness, right? We have a CIP project. We want to make sure you know that there's code work that would have to be done also if we decide to make a change. So no surprises about that sequencing.
All right. That's a long way of saying we still are on number one. Let's keep going.
Actually, that was number 2. So I think we're done with that. And I see hands up though. So, okay. Number 3.
My hand is still up.
Oh, sorry.
Because it was ignored a while back. And I'd like to say a couple of things. Number 1, today at Rotary, Patrick mentioned that there's going to be a signal put in at 80th and 27th, if I understood that correctly. And 27th, like it or not, is an arterial. It's one of the few east-west arterials that we have in that area of the island. And if and when Sound Transit ever arrives here, there's going to be an incentive for people to use 27th to get to the north end of the island above the freeway, since access through North Mercer Way may be constricted. That's particularly true if there's traffic backed up on the off-ramp. But I think we ought to be very, very careful about choking arterials in this city, because there aren't very many of them, and particularly the east-west kind of thing. And so I wanted to say that. I also, so at any rate, but we've said we want to repave it and move on, so I'll shut up, move on here.
Councilmember Reynolds?
I just want to confirm my understanding of what we're saying on this one. I think what we're saying is 77th, we're not going to be in a hurry to do anything, but we'll have a discussion at a future date on what we may want to do. Are on 27th, is it the same thing, or are we saying we're going to repave it and stop?
The plan will include opportunities to discuss future parking reconfigurations or the addition of parking on 27th and 77th. We flagged that we have future capital projects on both streets for awareness. So the Southeast 27th repaving project scheduled for next year is going to go forward. That doesn't prevent a future council from evaluating that road. So it stays in the plan. Our projects stay on track. 77th, probably the opposite. We may need to push that capital project out further, and the council can, direct a future work item to do that 77th parking reconfiguration analysis if you so desire, like in the next biennium.
Okay, I'm comfortable with that. I just was worried because the 77th plan as it exists now, I don't like. So anything that gives us more time to revisit that is good.
So we're taking this in. Jason and Patrick are listening. You have a TIP process coming up again next year. You have a biennial budget process coming up where we set the work items for 25, 26. So we'll make sure we bring this to your attention.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, on to number 3. The next series of items were taken from an email from Councilmember Reynolds over the weekend. You commented about wanting to ramp up parking enforcement efforts. I wasn't clear if that was to make a change to the plan. That sounded more like an implementation piece. I did want to mention that we feel pretty strongly about deploying the Pay by Phone app. That is one of the ways that enforcement becomes a lot more efficient for us because it's tied to our ALPR system on our police cars. But if there's something else intended there, I certainly welcome that feedback.
May I respond, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Okay. Just want to clarify. the ALPR, one of the reasons we authorized the ALPR, or at least one of the reasons I supported it, was it was going to support parking enforcement. Am I to understand that it doesn't really work for that unless we've also adopted a pay-by-phone app?
It does work. It's just a heck of a lot more efficient when people are registering their cars and everything's integrated into an app that we're able to scan with our ALPRs.
But I guess I would still believe it. I don't know if I'm in the minority here. If I recall correctly, we're giving out, was it 400 or 500 parking citations a year? You know, so 1 or 2 a day. It seemed like we could do more while we wait for that app to come through, and I'd rather not wait. But maybe that's just me.
Our police chief is out on unexpected leave right now, and so I'm not in a position to respond to the do more. I will say that we are doing the max that we can with the resources we have available. So if the do more is to you looks like additional resources for parking enforcement, then I would argue that needs to come up in a budget discussion, or I'm happy to bring this back when the police chief is here. I'm not sure, Commander Seifert, are you here in the meeting? If you have anything you'd like to add, there he is.
I am. Hello. For the record, Mike Seifert, the operations commander with the police department. And the ALPR system does work for parking enforcement. It's just limited based on the type of parking tickets that we currently write that uses that, because it's still an offense where you have to have 2 separate occurrences with the same vehicle to write the ticket, if that makes sense. So meaning the ALPR system has to pick up the car at one point, and then at a later point, and the time that has occurred between those 2 points has to be within a violation of whatever the time is that the car is allowed to be there. So it gets a little complicated, as opposed to if we were able to integrate with a pay-by-phone system that says yes or no, this car is legally or illegally parked. That's a one time a vehicle is driving through the area. The ALPR system is telling the officers, hey, this car is illegally parked. This car is fine. And that would increase the efficiency of the way the officers are able to ticket for those type of offenses, if that makes sense.
Very helpful. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Weinberg.
I just want to make sure we're clarifying when we're talking about pay-by-phone app, we're talking about people paying tickets for when they have overstayed the amount of time that they're allowed to stay in a space. We're not talking about people paying for the first minute that they're parking in a space, which is essentially a parking meter, right?
Gosh, Councilmember Weinberg, your audio is a little garbled, so I'm
try scooting a little bit closer to the speaker or the microphone here. I guess I'm making sure that I understand the intent behind the bringing up the topic of the pay-by-phone application. And is the intent that people would pay a parking fine for when they've overstayed how long they're allowed to be there, or is the intent that we're now metering the space and you pay for the first minute that you're parking?
We have not made a decision about the fee for parking use. The concept of pay by phone, though, is that even Mayor Neese was talking about earlier, your first 2 hours free, maybe there's a fee after that, but the basic requirement that when you park, you register, which helps us on the enforcement side. So we have 2 hours free parking, 4 hours free parking. You park, you register with the app, it doesn't charge you, but our system knows you're there the time you parked and that you're legally parked. If you stay beyond whatever the future limits are, then that's when a citation may be issued. Did that answer your question?
I think so. I think that requiring someone to register with an application in order to get out of their car and go to a store is going to have business impacts on the island. Using a pay-by-phone app takes a non-zero amount of time. Whereas getting out of your car and walking into a business costs you 0 time in terms of parking there. As long as you're out of there in 2 hours, then you're following the rules. So I'd be very concerned about starting to require people to use an app in order to park on the island.
And that's fair. This could be a future council policy decision. My understanding previously is that we were trying to do a better job of enforcing these spaces and encouraging turnover. So we can talk about that more. I think I'm feeling like I'm getting conflicting direction at this point. So I'm not quite sure how to handle it.
Yeah, Deputy Mayor Rosemont.
Yeah, I'm a little confused now too, because I feel like when we started this, the goal was to try to encourage turnover and, sort of making sure that we weren't having folks that were just, parking in the same space for, 8 hours while they took the bus or the train into Seattle or Bellevue, and that was, blocking a space someone could use to go shop, at one of our stores. So I am a little confused, but Mike, I believe we had a discussion about this in the past where parking citations by themselves don't really pencil out in terms of the cost of actually writing them, right? Am I correct in that sense right now, where the 500 tickets don't come close to the cost of the actual enforcement?
Deputy Mayor, I can't speak to that. I don't know. With all the court fees and the way it ends up, I don't know what actually ends up coming back to the city based on the current fees. I know the current fee we have is the lowest you can charge in the state, and that's one of the early actions we plan to take in Q1 of next year, is to fix that to make it more comparable to what the other cities in the area have. But as far as what percentage the city would gain for versus what, how many tickets are written and how much it costs to write the ticket, I don't have that answer.
Yeah, because it seems like on the enforcement side, absent, some revenue coming in for paid parking or something along those lines, we're not going to have the money for enforcement alone. Like we can't just pay for that. If we want to step up enforcement in terms of time limits and things of that nature, we would have to have some revenue to sort of make that balance. But yeah. I don't know if there's a way to answer. I understand. I am asking a rambling question, but if there is an answer or some math formula here that we could get to, that would be very helpful.
Well, our parking citation, Mike, our parking citation is $20.
Correct.
So I can tell you that if we write 500 tickets, we are nowhere even remotely close to covering our costs of parking enforcement and everything that comes with that, including municipal court costs.
And that's where I'd say I think the choice for the council now or down the road here, the policy decision here, if turnover is important to us, I'm not sure there's a way to do it without some sort of free first hour free check-in kind of thing. But if folks have ideas, I'm all ears, but I just don't. If that is our North Star here, I'm not sure we get there without a little, some changes here.
Councilmember Weicker.
It feels like we're getting cold feet now that we're getting down to brass tacks. So I'll go back to Jesse, your point that this is a study turning into a plan that requires a lot more due diligence with the policy that this council or some other one will deal with once we work through it all, depending on how development happens in downtown or depending on what we do with 27th. So at this point, I'm in favor of moving this from a study to a plan and then addressing kind of this long list of policy issues going forward. And I agree, we want to turn over parking in the core of downtown. There's still peripheral parking. If any of you have been to anywhere in Seattle or some cities on the east side, every city is starting to enforce some parking to allow that turnover. It's not usually enforceable overnight, so folks can have people come over for dinner in the multifamily buildings. So I think there's a lot of policy work to be done, but in principle, we're trying to manage parking over time with growth. We just passed the county's growth planning policies. Like, we have to figure out what to do with parking and this automatic meter reader and automatic enforcement, automatic parking. I think we need to turn this study into the plan and work out the details later with the expert staff we have and the consultants we always seem to have on hand.
One of the reasons you directed us to do this work originally was to make sure that we had systems in place prior to the opening of the light rail station. And that was, one of the genesis of bringing pay by phone app into the Mercer Island Town Center. We've had some opportunities to test the technology at the boat launch, and we know our neighboring cities are using it. And so that light rail station opening is postponed, thankfully, because we delayed the completion of this plan by a bit. But just to remind you that I think some of you said it, there are things on the horizon that are going to change the parking activity in our town center, and we wanted to be prepared to avoid particularly those spots being gobbled up by commuters.
Okay, so in an effort to push on, the staff recommendation is to complete update to the parking citation fees and implement parking management platform before undertaking additional enforcement work. do we have thumbs up that is sequentially what we should be doing in the parking plan? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we can move on from 3 to 4.
So this relates, this comment also came in from Councilmember Reynolds related to eliminating commuter parking options in the town center. You may recall that we've allowed commuter parking through a variety of opportunities. I just want to read, what it says here. In this study, in this plan, it recommends to suspend the town center parking permit program if the Mercer Island Park and Ride continues to show less than 75% occupancy. So what we're saying here is if there's room in the park and ride for commuter parking, then we shouldn't allow commuter parking in our town center on the streets. We began monitoring this and measuring this year. Our recommendation is, leave the plan as is, collect another round of data in 2024, and at that point, make an informed decision. So I think the plan as written, or the study as written, is fine. It will be the implementation policy decision that we need to look at in the future based on the data of the town center park and ride.
I think Jake has a question.
I concur, and I think the parking permit thing may be the way out for employees of our businesses, because I think it's, what is it, $20 or something a year? It's nothing. And I know at least one employer has said that that's what he's either doing or going to do with his employees, to be sure that they're not parking any place close to the business. So, or either parking in a place that won't damage the turnover for his business. So,
okay, Councilmember Reynolds.
Just that this was my suggestion originally, and I'm comfortable with the staff
okay, so
response
you
that just put in a plan, but leave it at.
Okay, thumbs up to support the staff recommendation. Looks like you got more than 4 there. Can you just make a note, Jesse, to let us know before the next round of commuter parking permits goes on sale for the next year? Just so we don't get into a situation where we sell a bunch of permits in a policy adjustment phase.
Yeah, so that would probably be headed into 2025.
Yeah. Okay.
I made the note.
Thank you. Let's hope we remember.
All right. So this is a comment. The staff recommendation says none, but it probably should have said support, because I think Councilmember Reynolds was asking about additional signage for public off-street parking. And this is actually, it's being worked behind the scenes. We have new parking signs that will be installed in city right-of-way locations by the end of this year. So the signs are being prepared, and that will be the next step. I think if the council wants to do something, more comprehensive, like a whole new wayfinding plan, that would be something that you could direct us to do as part of the next biennial budget or an additional work item. But we probably weren't as clear as we could have been, that we are installing additional parking signs. So what I might suggest is we get those signs up, we evaluate how they're working, and then decide if you want to do something else. But again, I don't think anything in this plan needs to change. I think that can be an additional directive of the council if you feel we need to do another work item.
Well, I'm going to feel a little bit like Bernie Sanders and once again ask for the green peas in the road. I thought that the wayfinding at the entrances to the garage by using the actual street as the signage was going to be something that the plan would consider. I don't see that anywhere in the plan.
Yeah, Sarah, we had some feedback on the street markings. Can you remind me about the feedback we received on that?
Yes, so the reason we got to the more blue P parking signs, which is what we currently use to identify parking, the right-of-way team and our transportation engineer and other staff met and discussed a variety of options, including our communications team as well. We talked about, A-frame signage, which we know is is not the best, and there's already a lot of that out in town center. We talked about pavement markings, which our transportation engineer in particular wasn't a huge fan of because they can be confusing sometimes for community members. We talked about comprehensive wayfinding plans, some of these more minor changes like the parking P signs. There was, of course, the support, I believe, from our communications manager in particular about a comprehensive wayfinding plan, but that definitely requires a lot of time and energy. So we started with this parking sign plan. We can reevaluate the pavement markings as we get additional kind of input from how people are using the new signs in town center. So we have talked about it, but it just didn't rise to the top of options to start with right now.
Okay, council, does anybody want to see big green, blue P's painted in the road deck in front of the entrance of a parking garage? Looks like I'm going to lose that battle.
I would support it. So at least we lose together.
It's used in Totem Lake in the brand new facility out there. It seems not confusing and well thought out, but I guess it'll just be the two of us, Craig.
Okay.
And Dave.
Politics makes strange bedfellows sometimes.
Well, Mr. Mayor, in your defense, I'm going to throw some support behind you. Nothing in the plan says we can't do that in the future. And what Sarah and I talked about earlier is it's not a bad idea to do a mock-up or some test markings. That's usually how we approach new pavement markings before we put them everywhere. So it's not ruled entirely.
If I didn't earn the support of my council, then I don't want you painting the street.
All right, thank you.
All right, on to the next one.
All right. Number 6 relates to audit compliance with current off-street parking requirements. Council, you'll recall that as town center developed, depending on what town center development regulations were in place at the time, your commercial facilities, many of them are required to provide a certain number of public parking. We are not conducting annual audits of all of the parking garages. And that is simply because we do not have the capacity to do that exercise. So I left this somewhat open-ended, and if we want to add it to the CPD work plan, I can certainly speak more with Jeff Thomas about what that would entail. I think the thing that I want to point out is these point-in-time audits. Things change. Things are changing on us all the time. When a development is going into a building, this is something I wanted to share. If we're issuing a new permit or something for use of a space, we are looking at what is happening on that property in terms of parking compliance to make sure that there's enough capacity to take on and accommodate the new business that's going in or the new permits.
All right, Councilmember Reynolds.
And I just want to make sure there's no confusion about what I'm asking for, because maybe you're thinking I want more than I am. I'm just thinking, if the agreement with the building was that they provide 25 spots for public parking, I want them to go in once a year and count the spots and see if there are 25 public parking spots in there, and are they marked as public parking. That doesn't seem like that requires a whole lot of resources to do. That you get somebody do it in an afternoon for every parking garage on the island.
Well, I'm going to respectfully disagree that that's not a big deal. We have a lot of parking on the island, and that also requires us going through previous town center code and permits to see what was required. Again, if the council wants us to do that, I'm happy to sit down with Jeff Thomas and figure out what the scope of that is.
I thought we had already, as part of the planning process, documented what all the requirements were, but maybe I lost track of something.
We did a preliminary look at capacity when we did the town center parking study. It wasn't a deep dive into all of the regulations for each of the properties. And that found that we had, quite frankly, a lot of capacity. So the reason that we're not recommending annual audits is because there was, frankly, a lot of capacity still there. But again, I'm happy to support this recommendation. I need to make sure we have the resources to deliver on it if that's going to be something we take on. There's Jeff.
Yeah, if I can just jump in here quickly for a second, Councilmember Reynolds. Again, just to partially reiterate what Jesse said, when the triggering event that leads us to go to look at the parking for a site in the town center is typically when we get a changeover in a tenant for a particular development. And that actually happens a little more frequently than what one may think. Sometimes it happens more than once per year, depending on the number of tenant spaces in a building and depending on just what's happening, right? Tenants leaving, tenants coming, and so forth. So what we look for is to make sure that the mix of uses isn't going to overpark the building. So the review does happen, and it can actually happen more frequently than once per year. Again, just depending on the cycling nature of businesses coming and going. So this is happening. It does not happen. We don't go out and, march through town center on any one day in any given year to have a point in time type of audit, but the work does happen.
Okay, and through that work, you're verifying that the right number of public parking spaces are available?
We are reaffirming that as part of the look.
Okay, then I can withdraw that. It doesn't have to be on a fixed day of the year, parking day. As long as it's happening periodically, I'm happy.
All right, let's move on to the next one unless somebody wants to comment on the withdrawal. Let's see that. All right, next slide.
All right, 3 more. We're almost there. This specifically related to Island Square's implementation of a parking application, and I believe that we've just spoken about that, but I wanted to say specifically that their use of the parking application does not violate their commitment to provide public parking spaces, because they're making those spaces available for free for the first 2 hours. After that, they are requiring a payment. And we heard that maybe the practice had changed, but it looked like the apps are still up, and that the signs for the apps are still up, although maybe not as visible as they could be. And it's still it's still happening as far as what we could tell.
May I respond, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we're on the same page on this with the city manager, but my understanding is that while they don't charge for parking until after 2 hours, they require you register with the app at the first minute. Mm-hmm. And that doesn't meet my definition of first come, first serve, because if I arrive before somebody else or after somebody else and I have the app and they don't, I'm going to get the spot and they can't take it. That's not first come, first served. So I don't think they're living up to their agreement by requiring the app. And I've heard from a number of residents that don't want the app, don't have the app, or confused by the app, don't want to have to use it. And so I'd want to get rid of that requirement.
Okay.
And I think I don't think it's consistent with first come, first serve.
I've gone in the building a number of times in the last 2 weeks, and it doesn't work. Like, the app is not working. The number is not coming up. It's impossible to pay for a session or start a session. I'm not sure that this has not been discontinued by them already. So you may want to go check yourself. Have you tried it?
I not in a long time. No.
Yeah, you may give it a shot, because I can't get it to work and it won't start a session.
I know I did talk to somebody who parks there on occasion, and she told me there's an app. We were supposed to register. I didn't know that. So that's the person I know has been violating the rules. But
all right, well, I can't get it to work. So if you can, good for you. Councilmember Anderl.
Yeah, I was just going to say I kind of agree with Craig, but for a different reason. I mean, it's maybe it's not first come, first serve, but it's also not really free, because you're required to have a cell phone, give up personal information, register. It just doesn't feel like first come, first serve, and it doesn't feel free. I know that requirement alone would deter me 100% from parking in a building. So it doesn't feel like public parking to me either. So I don't know. I mean, it's not a hill I'm going to die on, but I sure wouldn't want to encourage that sort of thing throughout the city.
If the council desires, we've done a little work on this. Unfortunately, it's going to require us to do some forensic digging on what occurred when the property was developed, and we couldn't execute that for tonight's meeting. I'm happy to go back and have our attorneys review what's there and what the current practices are. But again, that is, I will just mention, I don't think the plan itself that we presented for you this evening needs to change. This would be sort of an independent work item.
Okay, all those in favor of the NIT?
Okay.
Looks like
my hands up.
Nasty Graham. I get you. Councilmember Jacobson.
Well, one thing we might want to look at, I don't know how many parking spaces they are required by code or something else to have available to the public. If in fact they have made more available, I think we want to be a little bit careful about telling them how to do their business, because they might say, fine, I'm supposed to have 15 public parking instead of, I'm giving you 30, we're back to 15, boys. And so I think that's something that one would want to look at. And I have no idea where those numbers are. And at this point, I don't really care, but I think that's something we've been ought to be careful about.
All right, Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Yeah, I mean, I think this raises an interesting question where you could have, we might need to look at a separate policy area here where if every building that has parking that is supposed to be first come, first serve and available to the public to go to park there and go anywhere, for 2 hours, whatever it is, if every building now starts using a different parking app, you're going to need 4 or 5 parking apps every time you want to go downtown. I mean, that might be something that we want to consider. I don't know what the solution is here, but if we're going to have, we might be forced into having some sort of parking app on city streets if everyone else can use one, and it's going to be an interesting day, given that all these parking apps have the same exact name. So I don't know. So I'm just throwing this out there. I think it's something for us to keep in mind on the road.
All right, Councilmember Reynolds, who has like every charging app on his phone and parking app on his phone. Go ahead, tell me about it.
I was just going to say, I rarely drive. I take my bike everywhere, but I've got 5 parking apps on my phone, and it is confusing and annoying. And to reaffirm something Councilmember Andrew said about it's not really free. You have to do the app. You have to put a credit card in all of them too, and a lot of people just don't want to do that. And I get that. So.
How many EV charging apps do you have? Sorry.
Yeah,
right,
about the same number.
So we've got support for doing and sending an Instagram and doing some research. So
okay,
on to the next one.
All right. We've already covered number 8 because this was related to 77th and 27th reconfigurations. I'll just remind you that study of 77th will require us to add that as a future work item, and we've already noted that. So moving on to number 9. And Mayor Neese, if I didn't quite get this correct, we maybe we've already hammered this one to death, but implementing the parking management application in town center to include an allowance for short-term or free parking. I'll just mention what I said earlier. The plan will allow for that policy decision to be made in the future. So I'm not sure if you wanted to talk about that anymore this evening.
No, I think the council's earlier decision kind of sequentially is ahead of this one, so we can just disregard it.
Okay, that concludes the feedback that we received from all of you on the plan, and I think we came away with actually no changes, but future work items. And Sarah, I'll have you stop screen sharing now.
Okay, so not seeing, I've got a Councilmember Reynolds hand up.
Yeah, quick one. Apologies, but can you bring the slide back up that shows the objectives for the study?
Slide number 1.
Yes, I believe so.
Going back to the beginning.
Yes. I just want to comment briefly on number 3 or ask a question about it. Did we answer that question in the study?
We did. We looked at parking counts and found it was underutilized.
Well, we looked at parking counts of public parking, but I don't think we determined anything about whether commercial multifamily residence space was adequate, or if multifamily residents were parking on the streets, which I think was our real concern.
Well, I think part of the issue is if you don't want to charge for parking on the street, you will never get the answer to this question, because it's not going to be through study that you get to your answer. It's going to be through change of behavior.
Yeah.
You can either sweep the streets at night and get all the cars off, or you can charge for parking. But I think that ultimately something's going to have to change to prove that out.
Yeah, and I think if we revisit this on the work plan next year, I think one of those two options, or both those two options, need to be discussed, and probably one of them needs to be chosen.
Which is why I'm surprised there's so much resistance to some measure of paid parking. But
not for me.
Okay, well, we will get to that when we get to it.
Yep.
All right. To the motion, Council, is there a motion to set adoption of the study for November 21, 2023? The plan, is there a motion to set adoption of the plan for November 21, 2023?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Weinberg, seconded by Councilmember Weicker. Any discussion? Nope. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Nay.
Councilmember Weicker.
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Mayor Neese.
Aye.
Councilmember Andral.
Nay.
And Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. We now move to other business in the planning schedule, for which we welcome City Manager Jesse Bond.
All right, it has been a packed agenda tonight, so I'll be brief. Council, your next council meeting is November 7th. As I reported at the beginning of the meeting, we were optimistic about being able to go live with in-person meeting on that date. That is not going to happen. So we will remain virtual, and I will keep you posted on the work to get the Slater room up and running for our in-person meetings. And I think I'll leave it at that, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Any council member absences to report? Nope. All right, we're going to fly through council member reports with you, Councilmember Andral.
Nothing to report.
Right, Councilmember Jacobson.
Yes, the utility board met, I think on the 10th, or very recently anyway. They, and to deal with changes in the water and sewer rates. And their chairman, O'Connell, will be with us on the 21st. They're proposing a increase in the water rate of 8% and the sewer 4.5%. And I would say that that's one board and commission that does, I think, a very complete and thorough job of their work, and I think you'll see that when its chairman comes and talks to us on the 21st.
Great, thank you for that. I have nothing to report. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, two quick things. One, if you haven't gone by to walk by the bike skills area, it's really cool looking. I encourage everybody to walk by and do it. I'll put out a public call here for somebody that has a very large mountain bike that they'd like to loan me so I can try it out once it's done. I'd like to know. But then I would just also mention a big thanks to the city utility crew and whatnot, because I live about a block from where that big leak was week before last now. It was a big one. I think I came through following the fire truck, which is the first vehicle on the scene. And it was quite dramatic to see. And I'm very relieved that even though it was late at night, they got a big crew in. They worked on it all night long and got it fixed as fast as possible. I'm very appreciative.
Deputy Mayor Rosenbaum.
Yeah, we had a PIC meeting last week. I would say the bulk of the meeting talked about legislative priorities. One of the folks over at AABC came over and kind of give her a little preview. It was interesting. There was a pretty big spread amongst the representatives in terms of what was on some of our legislative priorities. Even on some of the same issues, sort of what we had hoped to see was different. One theme that seemed pretty consistent was the legislature has done a lot that has impacts on local government in the last couple of years, and there seemed to be a desire to maybe see if we can have a little more space on some of these issues to get some of them implemented and sort of see how they shake out. So I thought that was interesting. You know, as we consider our legislative priorities for the short session, you know, it's interesting to hear how other folks are, you know, having some challenges digesting a lot of these changes as well from just like a pure time, you know, time and resources challenge.
Perfect. Thank you. Councilmember
What was I going to say? K4C, Councilmember Reynolds and Councilmember Weinberg and I were at the K4C meeting last Thursday. Really great discussion by staff, commerce, and a state representative who told us kind of preview of coming attractions for climate action. Love that we're part of that work. Love that we have staff part of that work. Shout out to our sustainability manager. And then October 25th, don't forget to get to Renton for Sound Cities Association annual meeting. I forget what the topic is, but I think it's, anyway, it'll be a great speaker. Check your email and try to RSVP.
Very good. Councilmember Weinberg.
Yep. So on October 11th, I attended the first in-person gathering of the Superintendent's Community Advisory Council. First time it's been in person in a while. The topics discussed included the tensions among the students over events in the Middle East, student population levels, long-range facilities planning, and plans for school renovation bonds, and the guaranteed admission program for some of the UW campuses and other schools in the state, which is a big win for the schools. On October 12th, went to the K4C, as Councilmember Weicker was mentioning. The keynote speaker was Assistant Director Michael Furs from the Energy Division of the State Department of Commerce, and he spelled out in some detail the various programs that his division is bringing forward in order to dispense $1 billion by next July, collected from the Climate Commitment Act's carbon auction, and a brief synopsis of that is $64 million for the electric vehicle charging infrastructure, $20 million for electrifying government vehicles, $166 million of federal funding for rebates and home electrification over the next 7 years, which, by the way, our heat pump program is leveraging, and $35 million for home weatherization, $80 million for decarbonization of buildings, and $195 million for community solar projects. Those last two might be ones we want to look at when it's time to build our city hall, by the way. And we also heard from Representative Beth Dolio, chair of the House Energy and Environment Committee, and she listed 18 different related bills. And I won't list them, but they're the ones that so I added the 10 words to our legislative plan so that we can target 4 of those that will get us some allies in the legislature. So we had a sustainability committee meeting yesterday, and council members Reynolds and Jacobson and I met with city staff and our new sustainability analyst, Alana DeRogatis. I hope I pronounced that right. And I shared my notes from the K4C meeting and brought this to staff's awareness, the various Commerce Department policies and programs that we should consider leveraging, and either directly or indirectly through the regional partnerships that we talked about as well. We discussed the status of several of the actions that are being carried out by the Climate Action Plan, and in so doing, we identified some key resource constraints where some additional policy development and clarification may be necessary to fully implement the Climate Action Plan in a timely fashion. There's a lot of work to do. However, I do look forward to continuing our work on the Sustainability Committee as we help staff draft and preview the policies and code changes for the 9 different CAP actions that require policy and code changes. And that's all I got.
Very good. All right. The next hybrid meeting of the City Council is scheduled for Tuesday, November 7, 2023 at 5 p.m. Time is now 9:25 p.m. As a reminder to the council, please stay seated until city staff is